Okay, guys, I think we can start. I know that we are all a little bit tired, but mostly sad because this is the last day of the school. But it's time to start the last day again. The first session on labor in the digital age. We're gonna have 4 great speakers. In order of talk, it's Dario Guarascio from Sapienza University in Rome, Valeria Cirillo from University of Bari, Sarrah Kassem from Scuola Normale, and Armanda Cetrulo from Scuola Superiore Sant'Anna in Pisa. So all of you are going to have 20 minutes each, and so afterwards you're going to have about 40 minutes for Q&A and an open discussion. So please, Dario, go ahead. You can move here if you want, because otherwise...
Thank you very much. Thanks, Guglielmo, Mario, even if he's not here yet, and everyone who has organized such a great and I know very successful spring school. It is a pleasure, as always, being here. So the idea is to start in a quite, let's say, broad way to discuss the issue of digitalization on labor, and in particular of artificial intelligence and labor, focusing a little bit on the theoretical framework that we can have as a starting point when discussing these issues and then analyzing them. Then a little bit about the empirics, and in particular the problems, the challenges, and also the evidence that we had so far about the impact of recent digital technologies, particularly AI. And then some discussions about what is very relevant about the impact of digital technologies, and that is behind what we can see by, let's say, standard empirical analysis of this phenomenon. This is based mostly on work carried out with Jelena Relic, but in general, there is a broad group of researchers doing things on these issues. And yeah, let me see if this works. Yeah, okay. So very briefly, of course, there is no need to remember that the labor technology nexus is at the center of the economic analysis since its very beginning. And of course, the discussion between optimists and pessimists about the risk of technological unemployment, the disruptive impact of new technologies is every time back to the fore when a new technological wave, a new paradigm, a new disruptive technology come to the fore, as in this case. For sure, AI is raising concerns, first of all, for its rapid development, but also because it is a technology that is able to replicate and to a certain extent perform tasks that so far we considered quite shielded from the risk of being substituted by machines. But of course, as we will listen to, this is not the only things that AI is apt for. When it comes to the empirical evidence concerning the impact of AI on employment, on incomes, on income distribution, we do have a certain bulk of empirical evidence, but still this is inconclusive in the sense that we have some papers pointing to positive impact, some other papers on negative impact. In general, most of the work pointing to negligible effects in terms of what we are able to measure of these technologies. And in the European case in particular, as most of the empirical literature, as always, started in the US, we have even less evidence to understand what is the actual impact of this technology and what kind of further effects we may envisage in the future. So we may want to start by by listing some guiding questions. And so if we rule out for a minute the pessimistic view of the risk of massive technological unemployment due to the unfolding of artificial intelligence technologies, and we assume, as some mainstream economics tend to do, that some benefits would come to the fore because we may have an increase in productivity stimulating labor demand, because there are new jobs, new tasks, new sectors, new activities that are about to be created, etc. Yet we already know, and this is for sure, that heterogeneity matters and that these effects need to be asymmetrically distributed. Why? Well, because there are some activities that can be performed by AI, and so some sectors and some occupations that are likely to be impacted the most, because as we already observed with previous technological and digitalization waves, high, low-skilled workers, workers performing mostly repetitive tasks vis-a-vis those performing more cognitive analytical ones are differently exposed and risk to face different consequences by the impact with these technologies. But there are also some very important structural and institutional heterogeneities which matter a lot in terms of the final outcome from a labor market point of view. And so economies are differently positioned in terms of their absorptive capacity, in terms of institutions which may push towards the high end of the technological trajectory, institutions that may support labor market transitions, while in other contexts this is not the case. And so again, the effects may be highly heterogeneous in this respect. And the final point is that when we say AI, we are basically naming a box within which a lot of different things are included. So different applications, different things that can be performed by this technology, and this is something that should be acknowledged, but of course is very hard to measure and to grasp with standard empirical analysis. If we would like to summarize the theoretical expectation about what can be the impact of digital technologies and of AI in particular on labor markets, so employment, income, distribution, you had, if I'm not wrong, a lecture by Marco Vivarelli, so most of these things should be well known, at least for a part of you. But, well, just very briefly, we may assume that some negative impact may occur when there is a prevalence of substitution effects, so machines, AI in this case, substituting or reducing the need of workers to perform certain activities. We have that artificial intelligence push forth some organizational trajectories and structural change dynamics, including the fragmentation of labor and also the weakening of labor in terms of their bargaining power. And this, of course, may have an impact also on the intensity of labor demand and on income as well. As we know, at least since Schumpeter, when we have new disruptive technologies, we tend to have processes of market and power concentration in general. And again, this is something that may affect labor demand, the distribution of labor demand, and the distribution of income too. On the other hand, mainstream argument about price-based compensation mechanism in general, so productivity rising, labor demand that increases, and so the compensation of the initially exposed worker. We may have technological competitiveness, so new activities, new sectors, new occupation, which rises in terms of demand and may compensate those who pay the highest price. And as I said, new jobs and new tasks. In general, this means that we are facing a complex situation from a theoretical viewpoint and in terms of ex-ante assumptions and hypotheses. And that's why empirical analyses are sorely needed in order to understand, taking into consideration all these heterogeneity sources, which would be the final outcome of these technologies. What we have done in a couple of papers that then, if you are interested, I think that I have uploaded some of those in your Drive folder. What we have done, as I said, is trying to sum up in the most exhaustive possible way the recent literature concerning the labor market impact of AI technologies. And just to, let's say, raise your attention on 2 points. First of all, as I said, most of the papers find negligible effect, small effects, no effects in many cases. In some cases, as in ours, we have small positive effect on labor demand, but also heterogeneity matters in this case, because when there is a distinction between workers of different kinds, occupation, sectors, we still see that those at the top of the occupational or the skill distribution tend to benefit the most from the introduction of these technologies. The second element that is important to take attention to is the fact that indicators and empirical methodologies matter a lot, because the way we measure artificial intelligence and frontier technologies in general is most of the time not ideal, is second or third best, because these are granular phenomena that we are not always able to capture with respect to what firms actually do, and so we don't have the right databases to analyze this kind of phenomena, and so we resort to, as I said, second, third best indicators that should be taken with caution. And on this, we provide also a kind of, let's say, mapping of the pros and cons about each of the class of indicators used to measure and to address the impact of artificial intelligence. And to name a few, we have, for example, online vacancies that are very popular, as Emoglo and others used a lot of these indicators, which of course has a lot of cons, because they represent a small part of the labor market, are very selective concerning the type of firms that use this kind of databases and of instrument to collect and to hire workers. We are not sure that when a vacancy is posted, then this is what actually happens, both quantitatively and qualitatively, into the labor market. Patents, Marco Vivarelli and other colleagues use that length patents to capture the use and the diffusion of AI, a very powerful and precious instrument concerning the technological characteristics of let's say, the technologies that are adopted, or a proxy of it, but still with a lot of limitation, because we are not sure that a patent then it is actually transformed in a marketable innovation. Patenters are not necessarily adopters, and so this mismatch matters a lot when we analyze from an occupational viewpoint these kind of phenomena. Occupation-based indicators and exposure indicators in particular, so indicators like the one that I will show you in detail in a minute, which is an indicator based on task and ability characteristics of occupations used as a proxy of the exposure of occupation, sectors, regions, countries to the diffusion of this technology. Of course, a huge limitation related to the fact that this is a potential indicator used to address something that could actually happen into the economy and the labor market, yet widely used, of some utility for this kind of analysis. But again, it is important to stress the caveats and the limitation of the tools that you use. Now, very quickly, I'm going to show you the summary of some evidence, some empirical evidence stemming from a work that we carried out analyzing the employment impact of AI in the European Union over the 2012-2022 time span. And what we do is not only providing some novel, at the times at least, evidence on the impact of AI on the European economy, given the caveats that I mentioned before, but also we try to dig into two of the sources of heterogeneity that I mentioned before. Occupational heterogeneity concerning the characteristics of the tasks that are carried out by European occupations, because of course what you do at work matters in order to understand how much you are at risk concerning the introduction of new technologies, or in general the relationships with technology on the one hand. On the other, structural and institutional heterogeneity is even more important, because as we will see, the characteristics of the national innovation system, to mention an important concept for evolutionary economics, may also affect the way a technology of this kind affects employment dynamics. No need to go into the detail. This is one of the most popular occupation-based indicators to capture the diffusion of AI technology, concerning, of course, the relative exposure. So basically, similarities between the bundle of tasks and of abilities characterizing occupation and what AIs are capable to do, and to what extent AIs are similar to occupations in terms of their set of abilities, which are relatively prevalent and important according to what the ONET-like databases tend to suggest. So some evidence in this regard. In fact, artificial intelligence, as compared to previous digital technologies, tend to regard in particular occupations that are at the top of the skill distribution, of the occupational distribution terms as a hierarchical ranking, so to say. So as you can see, what we have among the top 10 is mostly occupations which are highly qualified technicians, professionals on the one hand, but we have also some clerks, like numerical clerks, general office clerks. And this is very interesting because this means that just by looking at this micro level descriptive evidence, it seems that a group of occupations which can be exposed both to complementarity effects as well as to substitution effects are included in the list. Then, of course, lots of other things can happen. Among the bottom 10, as you can see, we have, on the other hand, mostly occupations that are on the lower end of the ISCO of the skill distribution, meaning that manual dexterity, manual activities, working in a structured context is something that, let's say, puts you as an occupation at distance, so to say, with respect to the use, at least the direct use of artificial intelligence technologies. When it comes to the relationship between AI and employment dynamics, what we observe is that on average, we tend to observe a positive correlation. I didn't show you the aggregate picture for the sake of time, and I wanted, however, to show you that this let's say, not so intense positive correlation is, however, driven by non-routine cognitive occupation. So there seems to be a relative correlation between, again, the dynamics of employment of occupation, which are more or less concentrated at the top of the skill distribution, and the diffusion of AI technologies. Heterogeneity matters. There is a lot going on beyond these aggregate numbers that I've just shown you. And just by grouping occupations according to AI exposure intensity and the intensity of routine and non-routine cognitive tasks, some interesting evidence come about. Because if you look at the fourth last column, where occupations that are both AI exposed and also intensive in terms of routine cognitive tasks, well, then you see that the socio-demographic profiles tend to differ quite a lot. So we have that the female component is quite dominant among these occupations, and that also occupations with a relatively lower education level are also quite prevalent. So if we consider this column, the column identifying occupations characterized by a potential higher risk of substitution or of negative effects of this technology, well, then we should take carefully into consideration these elements of heterogeneity. And of course, as I already mentioned, country level, structural, institutional heterogeneity matters, and this is visible also just by looking at how the exposure indicator is diffused, in this case, across countries. We have a paper where we investigate such heterogeneity also at the regional level, and this is quite confirmed. Let me show you some very brief empirical evidence stemming from the econometric analysis that we carried out on this very issue. So basically what we have done here, these are simple regressions, but I would say that the results are quite robust because they've been tested with several models and specification. We confirm, and this is quite in line with the recent literature on the labor impact of AI, a relatively small yet consistently positive impact on labor demand. When we interact the AI exposure indicator with the routine cognitive indicator, so to see whether there is evidence of such potential substitution effect, in fact, we are not finding very strong and significant effects. But let's look at what happens if we take explicitly into consideration the structural and institutional heterogeneities that I mentioned before. So what we have already shown in the structural change and economic dynamics paper and in other papers concerning also robotization in Europe, well, the relative strength of national innovation system, the strength of institution, the hierarchical positioning of economies among technological and economic hierarchies matters a lot. And so if any positive relationship is found, well, these concentrate in those countries which are already quite strong from an economic and technological point of view. This is the classification provided by Eurostat. So let me finish by saying that what I've just shown you is, let's say, the very surface of the economics and empirical literature on these matters. This is important because it is important to understand what is empirically going on. It is also very important to state caveats about the limitations of this literature, of the indicators that are used, what we cannot see, and how much we are also providing evidence that perhaps neglect very important issues, taking also into consideration the fact that AI is developing very fast concerning its applications. And so a lot of things are going on right now that we are not measuring because we have not data which are up to date. But what is even more important, and this is what the next speeches are about, is what goes on beyond the quantitative dynamics and the labor demand related dynamics that I've just discussed, because a very important element of the impact of AI concerns qualitative impact, its impact on the organization of labor, its impact on the balance of power between capital and labor, its let's say, impact in terms of pushing forward the process of labor fragmentation, of diffusion of organizational model based on surveillance, and so an even stronger shift in the balance of power between capital and labor. And also, as Antonio Casilli, for example, has largely documented, new forms of precarious employment, things at Rider, but also at the micro workers that Antonio have documented, that are essential for the operations of artificial intelligence in the case of micro workers, or that are a new form of exploitation, surveillance, and precarious work in sectors which were already here, but that have been reshaped from a technological and organizational point of view, giving rise to relevant issues from a policy, a political, and ethical viewpoint concerning condition of labor and inequalities. And so a few pieces of evidence just to leave the floor to my colleagues. When we talk about AI, first of all, remember that this is something about further concentration of techno-economic power. Most of the patents, infrastructure, foundational models are in the hand of few oligopolistic corporations, and this, of course, pushes further the process of concentration that I already mentioned. This is also something about geographical and geopolitical polarization. Of course, we discussed at length with Mario about military digital complexes, China and the US, and of course AI is part of this story. But what my colleagues are going to talk to you about is the relationship, as I said, with quality of labor, fragmentation, surveillance, new forms of exploitation that most of you here at Normale has investigated and produced a very important and precious work on these kind of issues. And so I will leave the floor and leave it there with this picture, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dario. Now it's time of Valeria.
Yeah.
Keyboard. Sorry for that. Okay, thank you very much for this kind invitation. Thank you, Guglielmo and Mario, for organizing this very intense spring school. As Dario said, I will pick the floor on the last point he mentioned, which is actually the use of digital platforms and the relationship that the use of platform has with labor. I will try to sketch some theoretical questions and then focus more on some empirical results that we have developed together with other researchers, just to mention Dario and Jacopo Tramontano working on these issues. But the group of research is large and include also Clara Punzi here from Scuola Normale Superiore, Donato Cutolo, Martin Kenny, and other colleagues. Some of these evidence have been produced under a PRIM project. If you are interested, I mean, some of these results are also available online. Quick outline. So just to say the rise of digital platforms. So Dario talked about AI. I will focus on specific digital platforms, which are the relationship between digital platform and labor under different theoretical perspectives. And then a few empirics on three types of evidence, individual level evidence, so dimension of precarity behind platform work, then a new line of research investigating the relationship between use of digital platform by firm and impact that it can have on labor, so digital platform and techno-economic dependency of firms. This is quite original and new. And then last bit, also quite new, the geographical impact of platforms, where we specifically focus on one single, let's say, operator platform, big tech, which is Amazon, and I'm sure Sarrah Kassem will pick this and develop even more to see how Amazon shapes local labor market and how these impacts on wages, jobs, and income distribution. I'm not sure I will have enough time to present all this stuff, but then if you are curious, we can, of course, talk even later in the discussion. When we talk about large digital platforms, we talk about big tech. Just to give an example, Amazon Marketplace is Amazon, so a big tech company, one of the key drivers of structural change in contemporary capitalism. Of course, in the political economy literature, you have a lot of references in this sense. Large platforms concentrate a techno-economic power, not only from a technical point of view, because of infrastructure, because of data, but also in terms of economics, because we are talking about monopolies in some cases. There was a very interesting number on the Cambridge Journal of Economics. If you are interested, these are some references. Also, there was an article by Andrea Coveri, Dario, and Claudio Costa. So, I mean, a more political economy type of references. Large platforms reshape the operation of knowledge and innovation networks ecosystem. So also from an innovation type of studies, digital platforms are very interesting because they concentrate knowledge and so reshape very much the innovation networks. From a labor point of view, which is the focus of my talk, there is an issue of surveillance. I'm sure you know Zuboff, Shoshana Zuboff, some years ago, now it seems quite old, 2019, with their book pushing to the fact that this platform develop a surveillance-based business model, challenging the very conceptualization of the firm, because actually create to some extent a new capital-labor relation, which is based on the surveillance. Pay attention that the diffusion of algorithmic management that these platforms allows sometimes is also beyond the traditional beyond the digital platform themselves. If you go in a logistic warehouses, Sarrah and also Armanda, we talk about that, you can have algorithmic management type of practices. So these type of technologies are actually reshaping also the capital labor relation that we have in so-called traditional work context. Logistic, just to give an example, but if you think in call center, Dario was talking about the impact of gender. Call center is one of these type of traditional, let's say, context, but also now in health, where you see a new type of organization of labor, thanks to the use of digital and platform infrastructure. So increasing capacity of control used by companies in relation to labor, siphoning of hierarchical relation. And from the labor point of view, this exacerbates the process of labor fragmentation and inequalities, which, as I said, is the focus of my talk. If we think in the relationship between labor and digital platforms, you can find several references in the literature. Let's say that you have three main types of approach: a more microeconomic, neoclassical type of view, acknowledging the fact that you can have monopoly, monopsony type of power. There is an issue of fragmentation, monitoring, bargaining power, but at least in economics, in the mainstream economics, these type of arguments have been framed in a principal agent type of theories. So there is a recognition of a negative impact of platform on labor, but actually in this type of more standard type of framework. Sometimes also you can find contribution pushing to the fact that digital platform can also lower search and transaction costs, so reduce asymmetric information signaling, improve organizational innovation. So at least at the beginning, you also can find contribution putting a plus, say, envisaging a positive association between digital platform and labor. If we go to other type of stream of research, for instance, Marxian type of studies, Marxist in economics type of approach, so more radical approach, which recognize the existence of non-competitive markets, actually saying that markets are not competitive at all. Well, in this case, platforms, what they do, they expand the pool of labor to be exploited, they increase competition among workers, they extract value from a Marxian point of view, both direct and indirect value extraction, and increase the exploitation rate. So you find a minus to say that the relationship between digital platform and labor is always negative. There is no improvement in terms of quality, in terms of wages, in terms of number, and so on. Last stream of research, let's say more sociological type of research and also industrial relation contribution. As Dario was saying here in this room, there are a lot of working on these, several researchers working on these issues. Well, the sociological literatures and industrial relation has recognized that there is an issue of labor market flexibility, digital precariousness, weakening bargaining power, labor condition, and income vulnerability increase, and so labor condition is deteriorating. When we talk about platform, we are talking about a very heterogeneous type of world, because platform can have very different organizational models. First of all, this is a quite traditional, let's say, subdivision, but from my point of view, still holds in the sense that you can have online labor markets where the task is performed totally online. Let's think what was Amazon Mechanical Turk, Twago. So people work totally online, virtually. And then you have another kind of platform entailing mobile labor markets. So when let's say the task is done in the physical world. For sure, food delivery. No, we see people going around in the city. So in this case, the task is in the physical work. This is the first kind of, let's say, distinction that we find in the literature, then in the reality also. Then there is a second one, which entails the type of skills that are exchanged in the digital markets. Skills can be very, let's say, basic, so not qualified type of work. Think about Helplink, for instance. It's a platform where you can buy care activity, cleaning stuff, and so on. People usually do not have, let's say, a degree, a diploma, or a PhD. They do not need to do that. Or maybe they have, but they don't use the PhD to sell their work. On the other side, you can have very, let's say, platform entailing skilled labor, like take lessons, where you can buy qualified jobs, teachers, musicians, and so on. So complex tasks. This is the first kind of distinction. Then also another important point, if you're interested in studying digital platforms, is also studying the task allocation strategies behind platform. Because the task can be allocated by the platform, so is the digital platform allocating, matching clients and worker. So in this case, you have platform-determined work, and this is very important because the quality of job and the bargaining power of people is very low, of labor. Second point, tasks are allocated by the client. When is the client selecting which kind of work would like to buy? And the third type is tasks are allocated by the workers, when the digital workers choose their actually tasks. So in this case, we have worker-determined work, because it's, for instance, the worker selecting which kind of work he wants to do, at least in theory. So different organizational model, but in all cases, we have an increasing capacity of control, which means, as I said, extreme organizational flexibility for company, because it means disposing of work according to firm strategy, objectives, beyond the regulatory and contractual constraint. In fact, there are several contributions pushing to the fact that there is an issue of digital Taylorism, new international division of labor. Casilli is one of the reference in this point. Platforms have the capacity to organize, to control, to direct work by making use of technology. This means verifying at any time the positioning and activity of the worker, measuring the compliance of the work performance against the standards settled by the platform, and also incentivizing using specific behavior imposed sanction. So as I said, all these lead to the empirics. First of all, the individual level empirics says that 3 common and overlapping features of platform work are likely to lead to greater economic insecurity among platform workers. These are low pay, and we know that because if you read a newspaper, you know that now Deliveroo is under judicial administration because this platform was paying very low wages to workers, so low pay. There is an issue of volatility in working hours and wage, meaning that people, they do not exactly know how much time they work over the year, and so this means poverty, work poverty and other issues. And there is an issue of privatization of risk, because lots of these workers, they are not employed. They are like autonomous worker in the best scenario, or even they do not have a contract. Here you have some number. In one of the exercises that we have developed together with Clara Punzi, what we have tried to do was also to investigate a little bit the heterogeneity that there is among platform workers, because platform workers are not only students, as we were used to read in a newspaper, but they can be also employed people, employed in the standard let's say labor market, but doing a platform job because they need to complete their income, or because, for instance, they didn't have enough from the primary job. So here in this paper, you see different population. For instance, you have platform workers that can be highly dependent on income from platforms and unemployed. These are the more vulnerable job seekers. Then you can have the yellow point, which are the so-called sheltered youth, which are people not so much dependent from the income from platform, but unemployed. And then you also have employed people. These data refer to Italy and are based on plus one of the survey that has been developed on this data. And here you see have a precarious workforce, so people actually highly dependent on the income from the platform and employed in the standard labor market. So one of the main take message from this slide is that there is a lot of heterogeneity behind the platform workers, even in Italy. I do not have a lot of time to go into this detail, but as you can see here, we have also some variety in terms of tasks. These data come from the PLUS survey to here, 2018, 2021. Over time, there is an increase in terms of micro tasks. This is the percentage of people doing micro tasks. Micro tasks are actually people developing the AI, what Dario was mentioning before. There is a correlation between doing platform job and having low income. In fact, these are marginal effects of a model where we estimate the correlation between doing platform work and having a low income. And this is particularly true for micro work and cleaning, where you see the association between very low income below 1,000 per month and doing this type of task is very high, micro work and cleaning. And all this stuff lead to what? Lead to income insecurity. So the impossibility, for instance, to expend money in case of medical treatment. Here we use a variable, which is the percent of individuals postponing medical treatment across year and categories of workers. And you see between 2018 and 2021, the percentage of platform work that declare they do not have enough money to take medical treatment is increased a lot, from let's say 40% to almost 70%. So a very precarious type of job. This was, let's say, the more common stream of research, individual level. Just a few minutes to say that we are developing this new trajectory where we are doing what? We are trying to study the relationship between digital platform and firms, traditional firms. We know that platforms may introduce wider demand fluctuation, power asymmetry, and structural instability. Why, I will say in a minute. So they create uncertainty. What do companies do to face this uncertainty? They rely on no standard form of employment. So we are trying to estimate this relationship. If a firm to sell their product need to stay, for instance, on Amazon Marketplace or Booking, if you think on tourism, or I don't know, other type of platforms. So this company face a lot of uncertainty over time because they have to pay part of their revenue to the platforms, and so they adopt a specific organizational model, which is mainly rooted on precarious employment. So in this type of study, we are trying to reply to the following research question, which is how does platform adoption affect firms' internal employment structure? Few number to see in two sectors, hospitality and restaurants, the penetration of digital platforms, very high, you see in hospitality. Just let me say that this data come from a digital platform survey, which is a stratified sample from INAP, the Italian National Institute for the Analysis of Public Policy. In restaurants, there is quite a high percentage as well, although compared to hospitality, lower number, but still there, 20% in some cases. Some names in the hospitality, you have, for instance, Booking, Airbnb, Expedia, and the others platform, but Booking is the leader platform here. Restaurants, Just Eat, Deliveroo, Glovo, and so on. What does it mean, techno-economic dependency? It means that if company work on this on specific platforms, need to pay, have to pay some fees to the platforms to be, for instance, on the top. When you open up Amazon Marketplace or when you open Booking, why you find some name on the top and other at the bottom? Because this company pay to be on the top. So this means that these companies are vulnerable with respect to the platforms and are dependent from the platform. In fact, you see that in the hospitality, the proportion of companies is very high, depending on the platforms, and pay more than 50% of their revenue to the platform to be there. So what we estimate was a simple relationship, as the association between using the platforms and the amount of non-standard employment relation, which mean part-time, temporary, on-call jobs in the firm. And we find a positive association. So companies in the restaurants and in the restaurants and the hospitality sector making use of digital platforms are more likely to use non-stable form of employment. So there is an indirect, in a sense, impact of the use of digital platform on work. In the paper, you can find also other detail. I'm not have enough time to go on that, but if you are curious on this line of research, of course, we can discuss later. Few words on the last stream, which is more geographical. Here we focus explicitly on Amazon, and then I will leave the floor to Sarrah, which is an expert on this issue. What we did was actually to estimate how the presence of the Amazon warehouses in Italy impact the local labor market in terms of wages and in terms of employment. Why Amazon? Because Amazon is a leader in the e-commerce. You have some numbers saying how e-commerce has grown over time, and the importance of the first is Amazon in terms of top online store in Italy. Amazon in Italy has two types of, let's say, warehouses. We have a fulfillment centers and delivery station. These are two types of warehouses, a little bit different. These are the different openings in Italy. And what we did was to estimate through a slightly different model. Then if you are curious, we can discuss about that, how the opening of this kind of warehouses create, in a sense, poverty create decreased wages in the local labor market. In fact, it emerged that in terms of wages, the openings of warehouses, and specifically delivery station, has a negative effect in terms of log per capita wages in the specific local labor market where these warehouses were open. So it's not true that when Amazon jumps in, creates job, or at least create better working conditions, because this does not appear to be the case, even from an empirical point of view, using quite sophisticated econometric technique. Also emerged that the number of people in the lower income bracket, which is less than 26,000 per year, so we are talking about people earning less than 26,000 euro per year, you see the number increase after the opening of the warehouses, and this is particularly true for fulfillment center. And lastly, last evidence, we see that these people, the poor, let's say the number of people in the last bracket, which is those earning less than 26,000 per year, actually also the income was decreasing over time. So in a one word, we can say that when Amazon jumps in and opens its warehouses, there is a detrimental effect on local labor market, not so much in terms of number of employees, but in terms of wages. We are obviously trying to explore a little bit more even this mechanism. Last slide to conclude, saying that, so from individual level evidence, the rise of platform exacerbates social inequality. Now it's sure. As I was mentioning at the beginning, also Deliveroo is under judicial administration. So very happy that at the end of the day, there is also a recognition of the exploitation behind this model, because there is, as I said, exacerbation of social inequality. Firm level evidence says that the growing power of digital platforms, including control of vital market functions and data, may affect firms' organizational decision and strategies. So this is very important to consider, because there are not trivial implications also for labor. Third point, geographical level evidence, new Amazon facilities have a significant negative impact on wages, no positive impact on employment, so platform presence imply labor market losses and an uneven distribution of income. So we need to react. We need to push for stronger regulation to limit the share of services managed by a single platforms, fostering algorithmic transparency, data sharing, portability, and so on. So obviously, I hope that then we will have a discussion, and also in the next session, we will see some strategies in terms of labor mobilization to cope with this type of dynamics that we see in contemporary capitalism. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. It's great to be part of this panel. I realize how we complement each other with our presentations. There's a lot of overlaps, but I think we each take a step back, but also dive deeper in certain aspects. So I'm going to start my presentation actually with this image, which I think is now the visual representation of what both of you have presented, which, believe it or not, is pretty much just 1 year ago when Trump was inaugurated. And in his inauguration, in the first row, we had the tech billionaires. So you really had the personification of the techno-economic powers of today's world that now, very clearly also hold a political power. And this is something to take away, I would say. Okay. So it's not really me moving the slides, but we'll see. I will be focusing on labor. So I'm centering labor, touching on some of the aspects of Valeria, but also going deeper in, I got it. Going deeper. The great thing is that now following both of you, I can go very quickly through my introduction and spend more time on the debates and the dynamics on the shop floor. Okay. Could we go to the next slide, please? So if I had to kind of frame my talk, because I think from what I understand is largely economists are in the room. I come from a political economy background, but at the same time, I would say it's a very interdisciplinary approach, because my approach to labor is very qualitative by going to the shop floor. So the larger question touches upon what Valeria has said, which is, to what extent do digital platforms now reconfigure the political economy of labor? So to what extent can we really see that there are new trends on the labor market, and how does this affect both their working conditions, but also how they organize themselves? A big part of the debate, of course, is both the workers that are working for the different platforms that were discussed, but also the workers behind AI here. And the main takeaway I would hope that we can take from this presentation is that we always have to humanize the discussion on technology, and to center these workers, but not just to approach them as workers as such, but also to recognize that the political economy of digital labor is very much gendered and racialized. So if we want to think about policies, if we want to think about how to create fair working conditions, it cannot come at the cost of, so let's say fair working conditions exist in the global north, they come at the cost of the global south, as we've seen largely in the global capitalist political economy. Next slide, sorry. Okay, no. Okay, so essentially, with the two presentations now, I don't have to make the case for why platforms are important. So platforms, yes, they are important in and of themselves as big tech, but also we see the trends seeping over to other parts of the economy. One thing to important within this debate, I feel like I can add, is to also understand the different platforms, the different tech companies developing in different moments in time. So it's really important to understand the technological, the social, the political economic conditions that allowed them to, let's say, emerge in certain moments. It's not a coincidence that what was then Google and Amazon came out in the 90s, right? So internet was a military project, then it becomes commercialized, it disseminates, and the easiest thing for companies to do to step in is to essentially organize the internet, right? Amazon, the idea was, okay, we take the sale of books from being physical to let's sell it online. In this period, we have also the virtual gold rush. Everyone is excited by this thing called the internet. So there's a lot of investments pouring in, venture capital, but also on the stock market through IPOs. Now the dot-com bubble bursts in 2000s, and now companies have to find a new source of finance capital. They can't just go to venture capitalists, etc. And this is when you have ads becoming very important. This is how Google shifts from being just a search engine to really doing that ad-based, let's say, extraction model. At the same time, we also see the infrastructure being expanded. Very important to all of our discussions is, of course, the cloud service platform. So AWS, Amazon's own platform, now also dominating this market. And just to link it to current events in the world, I don't know if to what extent everyone has followed this specific point, but now with Iran and everything that's happening in the Middle East, they have specifically also targeted AWS located in Dubai as well as in Israel, because there's a point to be made on the importance of infrastructure nowadays, including the tech infrastructure. McKinsey estimates that 30%, so a third of all global economic activity, will be mediated through platforms. And I think the two presentations so far have really sketched out how this is already happening. Yeah. So if we're gonna, one more, please. So if we're going to talk about the different debates, 10 years ago, we had the book on the top right corner, Platform Capitalism, which was the book to go to. Nowadays, the literature is vast. There's dozens of works and great work. And what I think is particularly exciting is that it's a very interdisciplinary debate. So we get a holistic image by, having the contributions by economists, by political economists, by sociologists, legal scholars, STS scholars. One more. So Valeria already sketched out how we can approach platforms depending on how they are organized. This is a really important factor when we talk then about the working conditions of workers as well as their agency. So one main example also mentioned by Valeria is Amazon warehouses. Amazon warehouses are a great example of you are location-based, the workers are under one roof, and your wage, you more or less know your monthly wage at the end of the month, which is very different to the gig economy. Yes, please. Where in the gig economy, you have workers that are both location-based, but they're still dispersed, right? So food delivery workers may work in the same city, but in very different parts of the city, and they don't work under one roof per se, now getting a piece wage, right? So you're paid by piece. At the same time, part of the gig economy is also what's been pointed out as the workers behind AI that do the online work, and have been now not so much. Now there's been a strong push, I would say, through research and publications to really highlight the invisible, what we call invisible work. That, and also as mentioned, great work that's showing how the supply chain of AI is essentially colonial, that you are really depending on the extraction of data work that takes place in the global south, and those extracting it tend to be in the global north. Now, if we want to talk about methodologically speaking, because I think there were different points also made already on theoretically speaking, but methodologically speaking, the kind of platform that we're talking about plays a role as to how do you access the workers now. So if we take Amazon, for instance, now I'm somebody who's researched both location-based traditional platforms, so Amazon warehouses, as well as Amazon Mechanical Turk, so the far left and the far right. Now, to approach Amazon workers, you have a very traditional approach. Doesn't mean it's easy, but it means you have you go into the field with the concept like you're researching factory workers. There is certain locations that can be identified, and what tends to be the case, depending on the country you're living in, of course, your access point can be through unions. So essentially, you can conduct more traditional field research, you can engage in strike action, you can attend union meetings if you're able to, both national and transnational, and there's also been scholars who have actually opted for being hired by Amazon to do the warehouse work themselves. I personally have not done this for a lot of different reasons, but this also obviously adds a perspective to understand the working reality of these workers. This is not yet. This is both interviews, can be done through interviews as well as surveys. Now, when we talk about gig work, I said the first one is location-based but dispersed. Now, the way that researchers have approached this is also by means of ethnography, so signing up to be a food delivery worker themselves through autoethnography as well as multi-sided ethnography. If you wonder what the larger purpose of Facebook is nowadays, one of the reasons it's still great is that Facebook groups are a great place to find workers, discussing and sharing thoughts. So social media groups are still quite important here. And then you can approach workers because I said they're dispersed, but for any of us, if you go in front of some restaurants, you sometimes see a concentration of food delivery workers. This is a way that you could possibly approach them and in the end, interview them afterwards. When it comes to gig-based work, now we take the ethnography, we take the field work, and we go digital, meaning on the one hand, you can sign up on these platforms. So for Amazon Mechanical Turk, I did do that. I did sign up to do tasks. And you can essentially interview or survey workers. So essentially, as researchers, depending on where you are, if you're doing qualitative interviews, it's not always the case that you go out there and you pay for your interviews. However, when it comes to online gig work, this is very problematic because there are researchers who went on Reddit, so Reddit is a huge player here, to say, I'm looking for Amazon Mechanical Turk workers, can I interview you? And they got very offended. Rightly so, because they say, wait, we fill out surveys for a living. Now you're telling me to fill out your survey for free. So what the push has been from researchers here is to try to post these surveys directly on these platforms as paid tasks. Thank you. So now we're going to dive into working conditions agency across these three different groups. The first question we have to ask ourselves is always, who are the workers here? Now, Amazon warehouses, at least in Europe, but I would say also in other regions in the world, open their warehouses strategically close to highways, close to airports, which tends to mean that they are opening in locations with higher unemployment rates. Now, if you ask yourself, who are the people living in these spaces, it's predominantly migrant workers or at least racialized workers. This is, of course, a generalization, and then it always requires to dive deeper in the national case study. Because, of course, in Italy, with northern Italy and southern Italy, who the workers are differs. In the case of Germany, we can very clearly see this, because I've done my research also in Germany, where you can see over the years, there's been a clear shift. There's been a shift from migrant workers, but ones who are white, so from Eastern Europe. There have been a big group to employ in Amazon warehouses, and you can see shifting more and more to more workers from the global south, but even shifting to workers who are still on refugee status in Germany. So Amazon clearly likes to target this group, and to a big reason is also that these workers tend to not know their labor rights. So, and Amazon, as you may know, along with Tesla, I would argue, are the biggest union busters when it comes to their reputation. The work tends to also be gendered. What does this mean? Does it mean that it's always the case that on the warehouse level, the shop floor, it's predominantly always women? No. But what it means is if you look at the Amazon warehouse as a whole and you look across levels, you will see that the higher up you go in a warehouse, the more white it will become and the more male it will become. So if we're talking about the higher up managers, but this is a trend we can see also in other tech firms like Google, etc. So if we're going to talk about the working conditions, indeed they are defined by digital Taylorism. So Amazon warehouses are a great example where you can see sort of the traditional ways that you would organize workers, like factories, like assembly lines, but now technology becomes interwoven. Something that needs to be highlighted is that these platforms, such as Amazon, are also predominantly tech platforms, meaning Amazon loves pushing out new patents every year, and they take this technology to test it out in the warehouse to see how does this make our process more efficient, and eventually they can roll out these technological tools to the public to be employed elsewhere. So essentially, we can talk about a digital panopticon. Algorithms play a big role. The digital interface plays a big role to make sure how fast are you working, how long are you taking time off the task, but you still have managers that are walking around asking you, why did you take another bathroom break? When it comes to how workers organize, this builds very well on the presentation yesterday by Guglielmo. The power resources have been a great way to look at how do these workers organize. Now, when it comes to Amazon warehouses, considering that it's very close to factory work, an essential tool has been to disrupt the work. So a strike, blocking the warehouses, blocking the highways. Here, depending on the national context, the associational power, meaning something like unions, play a very different role. What workers are trying to achieve also differs. In Germany, for over 10 years, they've been fighting for a collective bargaining agreement that they still have not achieved with Amazon. But because they have works councils inside the warehouses, they've been able to push for things that maybe for us don't seem so big, but are huge things, such as decentralized break rooms. So in an Amazon warehouse, you may have a 30-minute break, but if your break room requires you to walk 7 minutes to get to the break room and back, it means your break is only 15 minutes. So to push for decentralized break rooms is a huge thing in these contexts. And over the last years, I would say the societal power has grown. You don't need to make the case for Amazon anymore. Amazon is, quite present in our lives one way or the other. If we don't order on Amazon, I'm 100% sure that we are all engaging with AWS in one way or the other, because it could be that our institution, uses AWS or the train pages, etc. Now, when it comes to location-based gig workers, who are the workers? Once again, they are racialized. Depending on the kind of platform, we can also say that they are predominantly male. There's been great work done by Dalia Gabriel, who looks at London and sees how racial capitalism here plays a huge role. These platforms that hyper outsource the costs from capital onto workers, they emerged after the economic crisis of 2006, 2008, and now the worker has to pay for everything. And this was a way to tap into what became the reserve army of labor to get them to essentially work on these platforms. The biggest struggles have been essentially around algorithms being these black boxes. We have great concepts that were developed, such as algorithmic wage discrimination by Vina Dubal, where they basically conducted focus groups and realized if you put workers together in the same room, they see the same ride on the app, yet they're not offered the same wage. Why? So Vina Dubal has been one of the people coming from a legal background trying to hold these platforms accountable. On what basis are you making these calculations? When it comes to disruptive action, yes, they're dispersed, but we've seen different cases across the globe where these workers will go on strike together. Obviously, you're signing off the app. This comes with here it depends sort of on your perspective, because one could argue, but wait, if less workers are on the app, then if I'm working during this time period, I will be paid a higher wage because there's less supply on the app at this period and maybe a higher demand. So these are always some costs that are considered. However, despite this, we do see workers organizing for different things, from focusing on being recognized and reclassified as workers because they're denied usually the worker status globally. There are specific case studies where we see that this is different with Spain and Italy, etc. At the same time, we see also grassroots unions playing a really big role here. In fact, this week I was actually talking here in Florence with one of the union organizers from CGIL, and he told me that now they have a weekly session where they actually meet with workers and Deliveroo to see which workers have been essentially fired by the algorithm. They've had their account deactivated, and they have weekly sessions with the company to push for the reactivation of their profile, because these processes are now almost exclusively mediated through algorithms, which obviously plays a big role when it comes to how their working day looks like, but also how do you organize against an algorithm? These have been some of the biggest challenges. Now, when it comes to online digital platforms, who are the workers? Once again, I think here especially, we see a very clear case of labor being racialized, and that there's a very big role for gender here. As I've mentioned, those posting tasks are predominantly located in the global north. Those conducting the tasks are predominantly located in the global south. And we can see different research has shown that we can speak of both a racial wage gap as well as a gendered wage gap. Now, if workers are anonymized, they have an alphanumerical ID on these platforms, how is it possible to say, if I'm hiring workers, how can you could argue, but I'm not discriminating. Well, first and foremost, you can filter where you're hiring workers from. So you can say you want workers predominantly from India, and you will pay Indian workers less. It's outsourcing taken online. So it's digital outsourcing that happens. And there's very big discrepancies between the wages. For example, Rani and Furer have shown on Amazon Mechanical Turk, a worker in the US, because Amazon Mechanical Turk is a specific case. You have workers in the US and India. In this case, it's because these are the only two countries that Amazon will pay an actual wage to their bank account and not credit on their Amazon account. The others are paid basically like the equivalent of an Amazon gift certificate that they can only use by buying something from Amazon. So this is why we have the two locations. Not yet. No. We have those two locations. And you can see, okay, a worker in the US will get the equivalent of $7 the hour. In India, it's $2.50. Now, the gendered wage gap, you can't filter based on gender. So how does this come to be? What they've been able to trace, and I find it quite fascinating, is that online work, and now we're talking about the platform ones, tend to happen within the home. Historically, care work, homework, work at home, social reproduction work is carried out by women. So if you try and you're paid by piece, what they've discovered essentially through this research is that you're doing double shifts at work, usually at the same time. So you're more likely to be interrupted in the hour, more likely to do fewer tasks in the hour, essentially showing that the wage can differ per hour up to 20%. So it is quite high. So essentially these workers are doing what we can say, the assembly lines are taken online. There's the digital aspect to it. Now it's all mediated technologically speaking. Algorithmic management plays a huge role. And it shows huge burdens now or obstacles when it comes to organizing, because the question is, you can't just go on strike. If I as Sarrah go on strike today and I say I'm not doing a task, no one in the world will know this because it just appears as a task to be done. So here, online spaces such as Reddit and so forth have played a huge role to express digital solidarity, to tell each other what are the tricks to actually get those higher paying tasks, etc. So if I were to wrap up, we can leave it here. No, one more. Okay, so to wrap up, essentially what I would say I build on the two previous speakers to show that platforms play an essential role. It's important to recognize the political economic power, and it's important to understand the working realities of workers, to also dive into that shop floor level, to understand, how can working conditions be improved, also for the interests of the workers, because union interests and workers' interests may not always align, and essentially to make this a more fair working world. Thank you.
Thanks, Sarah. Now it's time for Armanda, final presentation of the session.
Hello, everyone. Thanks a lot for the invitation. It's also a pleasure for me to be here today. And sorry for being the last before lunch. I will be not too tough. So I will take a different angle, let's say, with respect to previous presentation. Okay. Let's say, I don't want to play the optimistic guy scholar here, but let's say that I will try to... No, it's not this. This is Dario. Ok, facciamo noi. So yes, it will be a quite different angle, but let's say that I will try to develop some of the points that especially Dario raised at the beginning when he was saying that of course these technologies do not only impact on the quantity of labor, but also on the quality of labor. We have seen with Valeria and Sarrah what is the impact in a properly platform type of organization. In my presentation, I will try to give you some ideas, some insights on what is happening also in traditional industries. So we are looking to manufacturing companies. This presentation, I don't have to explain again why it's important to study this topic. Let me just say that my focus is on really on algorithm management system and technologies and how these technologies can also be applied, as I said, in traditional workplaces. Why this is important as a stream of research? Because if from the one hand we have a lot of evidence, as it was shown by Sarrah, on what is happening in platform economy, we know relatively less about what is actually happening in firms, for instance, in manufacturing industries, apart from the logistics that is much more studied. The actual debate on this topic is quite controversial and is really open, because if from the one hand, we know, as it was clearly underlined, that these technologies can really have a big impact on surveillance and control of workers' task and production process. The evidence that is now available shows that indeed the impact is not univocal, is not homogeneous, and as Dario was saying, heterogeneity matters, also in the sense that, as we will see also in this case, these technologies can really shape and have a different impacts according to the type of the production process, presence or not of a workforce that is unionized, or also a workforce that is involved in the implementation of the innovation. So we are trying to, in this work, we are trying to, together with some colleagues, we are trying to develop a specific perspective that is quite, let's say, original with typical labor studies on this topic, essentially because we try to connect the technological domain that was already illustrated with the work organization domain, but also taking into account the health and safety dimension. Why this? For two reasons. The first one is that this project was actually part of a broader research that we conducted with EUOSHA, that is the European Agency on Health and Safety work, where the focus, of course, is on health and safety. But I have to say that integrating in a very comprehensive perspective the domain of health and safety within an analysis of working condition, I think is very important, is pivotal, and can be especially crucial to better understand the impact of these technologies, as they really can shape the work intensity, the saturation of work. Of course, the impact is not only in terms of rights, but it's also in terms of working condition and health and safety. So let's say that maybe the call is also to look again at health and safety as a crucial domain of analysis, as it has been done, as it was during 70s also, during the, as we know, conflictual periods, and was one of the main demands of unions at the beginning. In these studies, we focus on on two companies. There are two different case studies. One is an OEM in Belgium, another is a smaller tier one supplier in Italy. We did qualitative interviews with managers and workers, and we visited the two plants. I visited the Italian plant, and of course there was a collection of additional material. An important warning that I have to say that the two companies, as you can understand, are quite different. One is an OEM, another is a supplier, so we cannot properly consider this as a comparative case study, but let's say as the illustration of two different cases on which we can try some try to have some conclusions, some insights. Why this let's see some characteristic of these two companies. As I said, the Belgian company is an OEM, is located in northern Belgium, has a very high production volume of 200,000 cars per year with 7,000 workers. There is a trade union. The workforce turnover is very high. The work organization model is essentially standard lean practices. And there is a quite intense adoption of digital and automated technologies. The Italian company, on the contrary, is, as I said, a tier one, so it's a supplier and belongs to a big international company. It's located in the southern of Italy. It makes specific production of synchronizer rings for car production. Is a small company with 49 workers and has a very high volume of production with 6.8 million rings per year. There is almost a zero turnover, so the tenure is very high, is above the average of the sector. There is not trade union, and workers are elected as internal representatives. Also in this case, we have the adoption of lean practices, and the level of technological innovation is very high. Let us first focus on which are, let's say, the main converging trends that emerge from the two cases. The first point that is important to underline when we look at traditional workplace is that algorithm management does not come alone, but in order to understand the impact and the system of the algorithm management, we have to account for the entire technological architecture that characterizes the production process. You cannot have algorithm management without a broader set of complementary technologies that need to be strongly integrated. Which are these technologies? Digital tools and sensors that need to be connected, automated machineries, production software systems like MES and user interfaces, and then we come to the worker management systems. But let's say that only companies that have developed all these complementary technologies can then exploit and develop also the algorithmic management system. Another important converging trend that we found, not related to the complementarity, but let's say to the application and main implementation of these technologies, is the following. All these technologies are essentially able to, as was already underlined, to really play a crucial role in several stages of the production process. Of course, the algorithm management can be used for task allocation. For instance, we identified mechanism of automated daily assignment of operators' work via screen devices. There was a continuous monitoring of the processes and continuous monitoring of workers' performance. Quality and safety controls also play a crucial role in the sense that this management system allow to provide workers signals about safety threshold, about warnings on both quality and health. Planning and maintenance strategies is also another domain in which these technologies can be crucial. For instance, especially in the logistic warehouse and in the maintenance department, maintenance workers were able to retrieve data collected through the system and intervene in a more effective way. This we will see later. And as I said, in the logistic management, of course, there is the real-time updates on raw material deliveries, on the final product picking, and in general on everything related to the warehouse management and also to the batch composition validations. Operators in the logistic department could rely on the tools in order to validate their operation and to be sure also to pick the right product and to build also the right batch composition. Let's now see, let's say, which are the main differences that on the other hand emerges from the two cases. And let us focus on really health and safety and autonomy. In the case of the Belgian company, as I said, is a very big production of cars. What we found is essentially a persistent conflict between productivity goals and OSH risk. The production in the company is characterized by high work intensity, high saturation and high pace intensity. So in this specific context, the adoption of algorithm management seems to further worsen the working conditions. So we did not find any positive effect on ergonomic and physical risks. On the other hand, these technologies were really useful and adopted, let's say, to further increase the work intensity for the workers. And this also is then observed if we look at the cognitive stress that seems to increase for all the operators and especially for team leaders, which are the ones that are equipped more with these technologies, so they have more responsibilities, but they are also more prone and more vulnerable to pressures, to task overloads, and they also have to face technological bottlenecks that happen frequently. In terms of workers' autonomy, as you can imagine, given this, let's say, unsolved contradiction between OSH goals and productivity goals, we did not find evidence of increased autonomy, neither for assembly line operators, neither for logistic operators, partially for team leaders that, as I said, were the ones that were able to use more these technologies, so they felt an increased autonomy at the expense of their cognitive and mental stress. This is really, let's say, very quick insight on the Belgian company. Then in discussion, I can explain more. A completely different case evidence was found in the Italian company. In the Italian company, first of all, if we take again the angle of the OSH risk, we have to say that the company developed a very ambitious OSH plan and was able to reduce all the OSH risk below the legal threshold for intervention. So all the positions were green, if you want, in formal terms. And in this context, let's say that the adoption of these technologies, on the contrary, seem to increase the overall health and safety and reduce the ergonomic and physical risks. Why? Because essentially the adoption of the possibility of relying on a completely digitalized and highly connected system reduce, for instance, the number of physical movements that workers need to do to go from one workstation to another, determined a higher efficiency in the logistics, because especially logistic operators were able to reduce the number of physical movements that were not necessary, because they were able to let's say, to build their own sequence of tasks in a more efficient way. In terms of mental and cognitive well-being, we also found a positive effect of these systems for all the hierarchical layers of the company, but for different reasons. Managers really reported a big benefit in their mental stress because the development of the system increased their ability to intervene in case of accidents, bottlenecks, but also increase their ability to do preventive intervention. So the possibility of really, for instance, with the predictive maintenance to already know which could be the problems with the machines and bottlenecks really increase their well-being, their mental well-being. The same was found for operators, but in a different way. Operators reported a lighter cognitive burden at work and at home, thanks to the adoption of these tools, because they said the use of statistical alerts and the possibility to validate each task through the system reduce their stress when going back at home of potential mistakes and errors done during the workday. So let's say the possibility of relying on a system that was, in a Tayloristic perspective, scientifically controlling the efficiency of the process allow the worker to feel sure about his own work, the task he performed. Of course, the drawback could be that relying excessively on digital tools, as in this case, could potentially determine a degradation of potential basic skills, because the workers were, in some sense, reducing their effort in terms of memory, in terms of critical thinking, because of the presence of the technology. But this is in part was, let's say, controlled, because the same worker was then asked to perform other type of tasks. So there is an issue also of expanding the task that the worker is able to do. In terms of autonomy, so consistently with what I just said, in the Italian case, all operators also report a sense of greater autonomy, because, as I said, the possibility of relying on these technologies reduced the time needed to perform specific tasks and broaden their own task portfolio. So they were asked to do tasks that were considered more highly producing more high value added than before. In the logistics, also the logistic operator reported an increased autonomy, and middle managers, and in general, both middle managers and operators report this sense that was really quoted from them of empowered professionalism. They felt that their work was more professional because complemented by the technology. And essentially because of the capability of controlling all the unexpected event, all the deviation from the standard that could happen. So let's say, concluding remarks, what emerged from these two very different cases is that the adoption of the same technology, like algorithm management, in this case also based on some AI application, can have very different impacts on organizations. On the one hand, as in the case of the Belgian company, it can determine a higher intensification and fragmentation of tasks, higher surveillance and control, and reduced autonomy. On the other hand, it seems that it can also increase the autonomy of the worker and enhance job satisfaction when the adoption of these technologies is implemented in a context that is already improving, let's say, a work organization model that is characterized by more participatory schemes and by a specific attention on OSH, on occupational safety and health. Which are the, let's say, of course, as I said at the beginning, these two cases are very different, which are, according to our analysis, the characteristics of the organizations that seems to explain more the differences that we found. First of all, the position in the value chain, the specific position, especially of the supplier and the production process of the supplier, and the strong pressure of competition from other suppliers, and the strong presence of tight quality standards, according to our analysis, is one of the crucial elements that can really explain why technology was implemented towards innovation let's say, towards innovation goals, and not simply surveillance and monitoring mechanism. Another crucial element is the different implementation of lean production work organization model. As I said at the beginning, both companies implemented lean, but in one case, the Belgian company, we can probably describe it as a lean enough regime as proposed by Vidal, whereas in the Italian case, we have a lean 4.0 regime, where really the idea of the worker as a problem solver is typically of lean, is complemented by the adoption of other advanced technologies. And then another point, which is the most controversial, according to my opinion, is the role of worker voice in shaping the innovation. Actually, what we found is that in the Belgian company, where there is a formal union representative body, workers were not at all involved in the implementation of the technology, whereas in the Italian case, without union, because of the specific characteristic of the company, because of the sites, because also, as I said, of this innovation really strong goal, workers were really integrated and involved in the participatory process, were involved in giving suggestions, in changing also the features of the technology. So the introduction of the technology was in some sense partially as a bottom-up also approach. So this, of course, leave a question that is, which could be the role of trade unions in also traditional industries, when we know that technological change is unfortunately not a topic of bargaining and negotiation. And then which model of redistribution of productivity growth we can imagine if workers are involved in the implementation of the technology, as in the Italian case, but of course they are not able to demand, for instance, for wage growth despite the productivity increase that was, of course, recorded in the Italian case. So these are open questions for further research. Let's say that the interesting part, I think, is that also as a call for all scholars is to, of course, underline the negative impact of these technologies, but also to make the effort to see how different organizational structure could also shape a different pattern of innovation and relation between capital and labor. Thank you.
Thank you, Dario, Valeria, Armanda, and Sarah. Now we have about more than 20 minutes, I would say, for the discussion. I will take the advantage of my position of chair for raising a few questions and then open up the floor to you, the rest of you. I think it was a very interesting session, covering a lot of topics and quite dense also. I mean, my more general point regards the fact that I see the struggle that you can face, all of you, but especially probably the paper by the work presented by Dario on working on a phenomenon which is by itself evolving over time. So it's not easy to find a fixed point for defining AI exposure. You were working on data from 2010, 2019. In these 10 years, of course, the definition of AI has probably changed a lot, and it's probably been changing even more in the last years. So I see your effort basically, and but of course this could be a little bit problematic in the. In terms of the estimates, but I will skip some comments on measurement because it's not probably the place where to discuss about this, and move to another comment on another request that I can ask to you about all of you basically to spend some words probably on. We talked a lot on the backward, so what has been going through up until now. So. Basically to shift the focus to forward. So what's probably going to be happening in the future in terms of the impacts of these technologies, both we're talking about AI in terms of the adoption of platforms, and in this respect, of course, my interest would be for you talking about the role of economic policies. And I'm referring more on AI, or in terms of digital platforms, talk about regulation, limitation, or even ban of certain platforms. And of course, relating also to something that was mentioned by Sarah, something workers' organizations and labor unions, which were mentioned also by Armanda. Just one final suggestion is on for instance, the interrelationship between AI and digital platforms. For instance, in the future, the work that is made at the moment on mechanical work by workers may be replaced by artificial intelligence. So in this case, it would be a possible, of course, negative interrelationship between these two new technologies. And now let's do how we were doing yesterday probably. So open the floor on one side and then on the other. So we're gonna do 2 rounds of replies from the speakers. So let's start from the right. Who has any questions or comments? One. There's the microphone, which we don't know whether it's gonna work.
Well, thank you. The presentation works very well, the mic. you just
maybe again, maybe it's always.
This should work better. Yes. Okay, so many of you mentioned about the digital platform impact.
Maybe it's better if you come here. I mean, it's not a problem, right? There are these 3 chairs, and anybody who wants to speak can come here.
All right, so many of you just mentioned about the digital platform's impact on employment, like the increasing dimension of the precarity, income reduction, and social inequality exacerbations. So I'm just wondering, how do you think about the impact of the digital platform on the entrant cost and entrant barriers to the employment opportunity compare with the traditional job market? And if taking these into considerations, would it still in general lead to the erosion of the social inequality? And from the policymaker perspective, such way of increasing the employment opportunity and job market capacity and potentially the impact on the urbanization process isn't it supposed to be encouraged and support? Thank you.
Very quickly, so thanks first of all, Michele, for your comments. Of course, I mean, you're absolutely right in saying that this is not only an evolving phenomenon, as always, this is the case with technological change, but it is even faster, and so it poses even more problems in this respect. Some, let's say, solutions or potentially good strategies could be, first of all, recognizes the complex and granular nature and fastly evolving nature of the phenomenon, so mixed methods. What we are doing here today, complementing empirical analysis, qualitative analysis, being very well aware about the qualitative complexity of the phenomenon and, to the extent possible, combine methods. Secondly, administrative archives. We have now resources which will allow, to a certain extent, to monitor almost month by month what goes on in the labor market. Of course, not all the information that we would want to have, still very relevant ones, not easy to access, but yet some analysis also on these topics can be carried out, and I think it is an interesting frontier. About forecasts and about the underlying epistemological questions that are behind the fact that we are looking back in history, so to say, even if recent one, to also understand what will go on concerning the impact of new technologies. On the one hand, you are right. On the other, I think that if we do well done and theoretically grounded analysis on what happened until recently, this is the way to speculate in an informed way and also to, at least to a certain extent, anticipate what can happen, of course, taking into consideration the main drivers like policies, which may really steer trajectories of the evolution of the socioeconomic fabric concerning the use of technologies. I'm less passionate with what macroeconomists often do, like 10 years, 15 years, 20 years projections that we see in this McKinsey report saying the GDP due to the AI will grow about 10, 15%. These are like, I mean, magicians giving numbers like this. Yeah, AI and platforms. Well, on the one hand, I mean, all the work by Antonio Casilli, also intellectually, is about saying they keep telling us about the risk of a mass substitution of workers. In the end, what we are seeing is an increase of the number of super exploited workers that are needed in order to make these technological tools working. Then, I mean, for sure, there are some tasks that will be substituted. Also, the fact that now you have synthetic data to train AI models, whether before you needed to have way more human beings correcting, processing data, etc., etc. Yet, I would think that the fundamental exploitation that characterizes capitalistic relationship will still be here, perhaps geographically and qualitatively organized in a different way, but I don't think that it will be a total replacement. On the platforms that can be also a tool to, let's say, increase employability or reduce entrance cost. Well, I think that what we are seeing with the platform economy in general is that, yes, for sure, if you are a rider, you can say that just by downloading an app, you are now a worker of Deliveroo or whatever. This reduced dramatically your entrance cost, but you are entering into a dramatically precarious condition. So I'm really not sure that we can treat the element of employability and entrance cost as the, let's say, mainstream economics tradition tend to do, and so to deal with platform in this respect, because there is the overall complexity around it. But I mean, we can discuss about this also later.
Yeah.
Sorry, on the macro implication is quite important. In the last months, I was asked by an American survey to fill an incredibly long survey on forecasting the impact of AI at the macro level. And this was done very carefully and made me think a lot about very briefly, three things. First, the scenarios that are proposed by experts tend to be very technology-driven, technocratic, and so the different scenario only consider an expansion of the ability of AI to replace human thinking, but in a very deterministic way. So there is a very little imagination on the different trajectories, and there is almost no consideration of the different types of the variety of applications that can emerge when you have human-centered AI or worker-centered AI or activities of AI which are not commodified, because AI can do a lot of things outside the logic of profit-making. So I think this would be an interesting concern when we discuss strategies or changes to bring in more, let's say, radically different assumption in the story. Then thinking about the impact, the expectation I ended up with is that the penetration of AI and the impact on overall economy is going to be very, very slow, in the sense that the extent of the activities that can be transformed and the players that are expanding, of course, but the overall economy is not going to be dramatically changed, but also in terms of the rate of growth and so on. And here again, there is a complete lack of the question of demand. Who is going to be the source of demand for a new type of activities? Because in the big transformation of technological change, in the change of technological paradigm, a key issue, you have a jump of the new technology and the new activities when there is the creation of demand, institution, social behavior. And we don't see that except in fragmented ways. So in this sense, AI is a prisoner of its own big tech imprint. So there is, and these limits can limit also the expansion. Finally, on the policy alternatives, I discovered through this work a paper by Simone D'Alessandro and others from the University of Pisa, who did this simulation on reduction of working time, minimum wage, and universal income. With a model, they have a big model for scenarios of, and in this case, the reduction of working time was the most interesting and effective tool for redistributing the benefits and avoiding concentration and so on. So I think this leads us, as we discussed the other day, to pay more attention to an issue which has received so far little attention, which is the working time of workers. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I totally agree with Mario was saying on the macro scenario. Well, this is something that we also saw in doing qualitative research. If you think in sectors such as health, the penetration of AI is quite slow. This is for also institutional constraint. In theory, you have the possibility to do automatic diagnosis in some cases, no? But at the end of the day, the medician, the doctor, is still responsible, luckily, for the diagnosis. And so there are some fields where there is also an issue of legal constraint and institutional settings. In these cases, the penetration, the substitution of workers through AI is still not there. On the other side, there are fields such as logistics, because we have to admit that, where the penetration of AI is faster. And in that case, we have a different dynamics, even in terms of a rhythm of work, because there is a total acceleration of the rhythm of work, because the main point is the saturation of time, and so leaving behind no value-added type of activities, and so going faster and faster. But so the trajectory can be different, and it depends, of course, on the power that there is in different workplaces. From this point of view, having a not deterministic approach is very crucial, because we can have different type of scenarios according to the power of the actors, so the agency of the actors in places. In my opinion, nowadays, focusing on different sectors can give us a different perception of the speed of adoption. As I said, health is a paradigmatic case, because in the implementation of AI, what we see in the workplaces, you have a think of cost opportunity. Sometimes labor is cheaper than technology. Think in the case of cleaning, using the machine in the airport, the cleaning machine, the automatic digital machine is costly with respect to using human labor. So far, still there are humans doing this stuff. There are institutional factors, and there is also a think of infrastructure. A lot of the use of these machines, having AI at the base, imply also a reorganization of workplaces. That's why you have a massive use in logistics, but not, for instance, in hospital, in the university, in other places, because you need to think also of organization of infrastructure. Then going fast to the policy implication, well, the micro evidence that I show is quite supportive, in the sense that now we have something seems is changing, in the sense that there are at the end some movements from law, no? The case of the Deliveroo and the other society seems at the end of the day something is changing. When we focus on the relationship between digital platform and firms, well, there you have something from the European Union, such as this Digital Market Act, but then the application is not such straightforward. This Digital Market Act it should limit, let's say, to some extent, the extra power of big tech, big platforms. But we know that then the application is very slow. So, and we know that talking also with the managers from hotels, restaurants, they are not very happy of this model, because obviously they pay a lot of fees to the platforms. They are not happy. They would like to. They are very critical with respect to Amazon Marketplace, with respect to booking and so on. So in this case, I think if we focus on the sectors such as restaurants and hotels, tourism, the role of trade union is not so much there, because these are sectors with a low level of unionization. So I expect that if something should change, it's more from a regulation point of view. So jurisdiction and also workers such in the case of riders, with the help, of course, of union, but make the point on their rights. Last point concerning entrant cost, employment opportunity. This make me think to the case of migrants, because this is exactly the narrative that we have when we think in migrant people. So better this than anything than to be unemployed. But at the end of the day, some studies have been realized, for instance, by the group of Agnieszka Piasna and the TUI people, and they show that even if the platform helps you to have a first job, then you are trapped in a model of vulnerability, and actually you are not able to escape from that trajectory. So even in terms of quantity of estimates that they produce, it seems that there is actually not a gain, even in terms of employment, entrance in the labor market. And I think the case of migrant is exactly this, because there are people without documents, so it's the possibility to do some job, but at the end, if you study the trajectory, so not focus just on the picture, but on the dynamic, you see that this is not actually a gain, but they are trapped in this type of model.
I'll try to answer relatively quickly. I can only echo the point by Dario when it comes to workers being replaced by AI. I think the main point here is always to say that workers are not replaced, they will be displaced. I think you've raised a good point on, yes, we know that the work increases, and also we've seen also by Antonio Casilli, actually very exciting research coming out of his project, where even companies that claim that they're using smart technology that's relying on AI, actually it is workers. So one example is that they traced back the supply chain essentially of the smart technology French supermarkets were using, and in the end they found that it goes back to a house in Madagascar where workers were working different shifts over 24 hours because the camera could not detect if someone was stealing. Instead, you had workers in Madagascar who were the ones watching in the name of the smart AI technology to check. So this is something to keep in mind, even when things are rolled out in the discourse of AI is replacing everything. Well, no, we know human labor is at the heart of, at least as of now, much of it. When it comes to entry barriers, it was really interesting to hear the different perspectives. Definitely, I would agree in points, but there is something that I keep kind of circling back to. One thing is obviously the question of, yes, you can get access to the platform, but this requires you to already have, certain resources. Do you have an internet connection? Do you have a smartphone, etc.? Do you own a car, or are you leasing a car? Are you leasing a car from somebody, So all of this, and think about the gas costs nowadays. So I don't even want to imagine what's left at the end of the day for these workers. But another thing to actually highlight that I feel like sometimes is missing when we talk about at least the web-based work is the role here of the economic crisis globally. Meaning, if you are in a country where your currency is being devalued constantly, no, I'm sorry, $1 means something else for you, right? So it's not. I would not say that this work is not exploitation. It is, but two things can be true, which is in these very difficult times, they can provide some sort of additional income to support people because the cost of living is for many unbearable at the current times. And then when it comes to regulation, we have seen efforts in the European Union when it comes to the Platform Work Directive. It started somewhere, ended up somewhere else completely. I would say that there is definitely a role to be played for regulation. But once again, I want to go back to my initial point, which is if we are sitting in the global north coming up with these regulations and there's no implications for how does this play out in the global south, then this regulation will only lead to a further race to the bottom. At the same time, we have to recognize that in many of these countries, they are already depending on the majority of work is done in the informal economy. So we even have to shift the discourse that we're having. It's not about taking work from the formal economy and putting it in the informal through the gig work. It's an expansion of the informal economy. So again, what can regulation look like in these specific contexts? And finally, also that to center workers located in these specific places. Milagros Michele has a great project on this. Last year we had the conference here in Scuola where we invited someone from Kenya. They created their own content moderation union to talk about, their experiences from their perspective, because at the end of the day, we are still sitting here with our own privileges, looking through these lenses, because with much, again, of the discussion, academics, I would say, is a big group that approaches research with specific assumptions. And it's very important, I think the platform economy has shown, it's very important to decouple the assumptions that we have about workers. We've seen this with Mechanical Turk. People went in to do surveys of Mechanical Turk and they thought everyone would say, this is a horrible job, I'm paid pennies, I hate it. This was not the reality. When they did the surveys like Lily Irani and Six Silberman, they realized people want fair wages, they want transparency. Some people actually, they find themselves fulfilled through the work because they feel like they're at the front lines of developing technology. They are impacting society. So I would say this is also something important to take away when we're approaching research in general.
Okay. What I can say with respect to AI in general and the question, I agree with Mario that, let's say, the process on one side is very radical and disruptive, on the other hand is also taking a slower dynamic. I make the example of the translation, is a sector that I'm studying with Agnieszka Piasna. Really is a sector where you can find a lot of, findings that in Braverman, let's say, type of analysis, because you find the skilling. Translators are now asked not to translate, but to do the post-editing of texts that are translated by AI, with half of the rate that were paid before. But what they report is that actually the texts are not at all good, and the time that is needed to do a properly good post-editing task is much longer than the translation, much more frustrating because they are not working on the original text, but on a text that was processed by a machine. So the process is going, I think, having a bigger impact on sectors that are very vulnerable, because also the translator sector is a sector characterized by a lot of non-standard work, autonomous workers, is a female segregated sector, so you have a lot of elements of vulnerability that make the context perfect for the adoption of these technologies. But the impression is also that big companies have been investing so much in these technologies that they really want them to work, even if they don't work so well. And you see back and forth dynamics. For instance, in the audiovisual sector, a lot of big companies are going back to translators because clients, customers realize that automated translation is not working at all. So let's say there is a space, maybe the pattern will be again the total substitution, but we are not there, and the future is unwritten, also because of the complexity of human labor and the fact that these technologies are not able to generate general, let's say, artificial intelligence as they propose to. With respect to the political implication, I will say something on industrial relations, because maybe I gave the impression that I'm against you. No, let's say, since I focused on a case where unions are not present, I think that industrial relations can play a role in traditional sectors if also unions make the effort to redefine the technological domain that has been for a long time also from unions considered as a technical issue. So it was not part of the negotiation. Actually, what one way of, let's say, facing this challenge is to really expanding the negotiation domain and the agenda of claims. And is what is, for instance, the agro-food sector in Italy are doing. They just published the guidelines on collective bargaining at the second level, where essentially they say we don't want anymore only information right, we need the preventive information rights. I mean, we really have to be part of the investment process much before and not when technologies are going to be adopted. And they also, again, touch the issue of the health and safety, saying a way to, let's say, bargain on technology is also linking technological adoption with domains on which unions are stronger. For instance, health and safety, many companies are asking to involve the representative for health and safety in all the process of implementation of these technologies, because this give them a voice to intervene. And also the working time reduction is actually a big claim that now is, for instance, presented by many unions, because they realize that when these technologies are adopted, there are productivity increase, there is a risk of reduction in the demand of work. So they are trying to bargain and to link the implementation of technological change, AI, etc., with working time reduction schemes as a way to protect job and also increase the, let's say, the well-being of workers. If we go back to Keynes, he predicted in 2030 we would have work 15 hours per week, we are very far from this horizon, but let's say that maybe there is a battle that can be also done on this topic. Thank you.
Yeah, on this positive, I mean, by Armanda, I think we can close. If there are other questions, I think the speakers can reply, I mean, over lunch or other breaks. So I think we can close with a round of applause for our speakers.
Thanks to our chair.
No, come on. And we'll see in an hour, about an hour, with the next session with Donatella Della Porta.
Good afternoon. We are waiting for some of the speakers of today who are having a luxurious lunch and takes longer. I take this opportunity of this as we wait for them to remind you of two important things. Well, first of all, we are very happy with the way in which the participation to the spring school has been going on, and so we would like to have your feedbacks and suggestions for the future. You should, those who need the certificate of participation, I reminded that they have to prepare a short paper, 3,000, 5,000 words, which basically recycles some of the themes on which you're working on in dialogue with some of the themes that have been discussing. So you can use it as a learning experience in terms of how you can digest some of the ideas and the methods and empirical approaches, and you can either do something on a more conceptual level or a more empirical investigation and so on. And Gabriele Beretta, who has been the fundamental pillar of the organization of the Spring School, will be very helpful with you with giving you feedback. Okay, so this is required for those who want the formal certificate of attendance, but we don't want to burden you with, so use already things that you have been doing, but give it a slant that is in dialogue with our questions and answer. Second thing, which is important for some of you, is that in this faculty, which was founded by Donatella Della Porta a decade ago, and has been the fastest growing international research center of the Italian landscape, but also with an important international dimension. We are lucky that we have 16 positions for PhD fully funded for 4 years. So it's the closest thing to paradise a young researcher can hope. And we have 2 calls for this position of a PhD student. One was just closed, and a new one will be opened in July, with the plan of starting in November 1st with the new academic year. So if someone of you is interested in considering developing a PhD proposal, we emphasize the quality of the research proposal. We don't have exams. We have evaluation of your CV and your research proposal, and we invite those who are selected for a conversation in person or online. So if some of you, some of your friends, some of your younger colleagues are interested in this opportunity, please be in touch with us, because you can get some guidelines. And I think in practical terms, a good thing would be to have a dialogue with our current PhD students who can tell you how things work. And of course, Gabriele, who is in his last year of the PhD, can be a useful starting point. It can also direct you to other people who are working on topics which are more related to your activities. As Lorenzo Zamponi, who is chairing this session, is still drinking coffee downstairs, I am very happy to introduce this session, which is the more political one. Donatella Della Porta doesn't need a big introduction. She's a major expert on social movements, political institutions, political change, combining a political perspective and sociological perspectives, and has been working on a great variety of topics. Different types of political issues and civil society activism have been investigated, but labor activism has been one of the important topics, and she has been working on, she has produced a book with Bristol University Press on political activism associated to digital jobs, and her current work with some of the PhD students and postdoc researchers here focuses on current mobilization of labor and social movement. The important contribution of Donatella is that this approach is set in the broader analysis of social mobilizations, and therefore there is a labor mobilization are seen in a continuum of activism, addressing a broader variety of political contention, from Palestine solidarity to political change to the creation of movement parties and so on. And after Donatella, we will have Alba Arenales from Scuola Normale and Lorenzo Cini, who is also drinking coffee downstairs. Donatella, you're welcome. Thank you so much. And of course, as you know, one of the strengths of this spring school was exactly the combination of multidisciplinary perspectives. So now we have the more political one. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you for the invitation. When Mario said the most political one, I guess he didn't mean that it is oriented towards immediate political choices, but that it is more oriented to understand the political science dimensions and the type of political sociology approach. So to look at labor by looking also at what is happening around in a broader context, and to look at some types of conflicts, of course, not all of them, as conflicts in which the traditional logic of unionism and industrial relations is bridged with other type of logics that are more similar and have been more in-depth studied within social movement studies. Until a few years ago, this type of presentations started with the observations that there has been little connections between labor sociology and the study of social movements. But I think that this is no longer true, because there have been, at least in some areas of social movement studies and in some areas of labor studies, attention to this overlapping, especially because the interactions between social movement logics and industrial conflict logics has been quite important in some type of protest. So it has been seen as a way to overcome the decline of traditional type of power resources that literature on labor unions has pointed at, and which literature on labor unions had also pointed at weakening of these resources, and to see how, especially in some type of conflicts, what with Lorenzo Cini, who just arrived, is we called mobilizations against all odds, mobilizations of groups of workers that are the most deprived of the traditional type of power resources in terms of recognitions of the organizational power of labor, in terms of conditions of the labor market, and in terms of political support, but which developed sometimes successful type of strategies in which other resources were mobilized. And also Alba and Lorenzo Cini and Lorenzo Zamponi as well have been studying these intersections between the different logic. With Marco Antonelli, I put it here as co-author of this presentation, even if he couldn't be here, we studied in particular two types of protest in which labor was much prominent in the narratives, but also in the mobilizations, and which challenged some of the mainstream ideas in the traditional research on labor sociology. I think Maurizio Azzeni presented on these issues yesterday, and I think that from both sides, social movement studies and labor studies, there is a growing interactions on this type of issues. So how workers that are the most deprived of traditional resources of power can nevertheless mobilize. The two conflicts that we have studied in depth are the ones of Mondo Convenienza, which is a firm in the logistics sectors. For those who are not Italians, a type of IKEAs that has seen the mobilizations of often migrant workers under conditions of very heavy exploitations and lack of recognitions of labor power. Another struggles that we have been looking at is the revival of international solidarities among harbor workers that in Italy became particularly prominent, also in the protest in what I called the hot summer of 2025 against the genocide by Israel in Palestine, triggered especially by the support to the global smooth flotilla, but also the support more in general to contestations of militarized logic. And so mobilizing against all odds means also often mobilizing for very basic rights that brings us back to the memory of the beginning of the labor movements. So the claims of the workers are often related to recognitions of minimal rights, the 5 days working week and the 8 hours week, having recognitions of their work also in terms of social type of welfare supports, but also, and this has been very important in both of the cases I analyzed, connecting the situations in the workspace with the situations outside of it, in which workers live a type of repression, exploitations, and racism that also affect their own life. To this, I would also add the work that we have done with Lorenzo Cini and Riccardo Chesta, which has been focusing on the logistic workers and in particular on drivers and riders, with the work that has been very relevant in the development that Lorenzo gave to it, also in connecting it better than I did to the research on labor sociology. As I said, usually this type of presentation started with little interactions, and it is true for a long time. There has been little interactions between the two fields of social movement studies and labor sociologies. one reasons pointed at by two American scholars that have tried to combine the two fields is that unions did not function as social movements for a long time, were more within a different type of logics. But also what Beverly Silvers and others stressed is the fact that even in labor approaches to the issues in labor sociology, the concept of capitalism, the concept of class was considered as overcome. So all the dynamics that we single out as relevant in the development of these new conflicts, dynamic, as I mentioned, of transformations in the capitalist forms of exploitations that are central for these seasonal schools, but also how they apply to specific groups of workers, how all these labels like digital capitalism, surveillance capitalism, and so on apply to specific group of workers, and the issues that was at the basis of the reflections also on labor protest, which is how does it connect with the formations of solidarity, identifications, class consciousness, and so on, for a long time were considered as not relevant in the analysis. There was, however, also many research pointed at the reasons why this type of traditional resources declined, but also some scholars within this, at the border between these two fields of studies, have stressed the fact that the type of decline of or revival of labor is not something that one can address in terms of trends, either up or down, but that there are often revivals because there is also an attempt by unionists and workers to reflect on the type of strategies that could be developed, and especially since exploitations is there, the attempt to oppose the exploitations will continue. This is something that Beverly Silver has stressed a lot when in her famous statement, wherever capitalism goes, labor actions follows. So resistance to capitalism follows. But also an Italian sociologist, Alessandro Pizzorno, reflecting on other waves of revival of labor, like the cycle of protest between the end of the 60s and the beginning of the 70s of the last century in Italy and in Europe. What they point at is the fact that within the panorama of the workers, there is often the re-emergence of new groups of workers. So new groups which are not recognized, which do not feel recognized. In the 60s, it was also in Italy, the migrants workers from the Italian southern regions. And that bring with them not only claims that the traditional trade unions cannot satisfy, but also experiences of forms of protest that sometimes are considered to be in Charles Tilly's type of distinctions as type of pre-modern conflicts, but which re-emerge in some of these moments. And I think they re-emerged also in our own studies of specific type of conflicts, both the one with Lorenzo and Riccardo and the ones with Marco now. What can social movement studies offer to analyze this type of conflicts? I don't know how much Maurizio went into this yesterday, but trying to synthesize, I think that social movement studies help addressing especially one aspects in the many dilemmas that trade unions, not only mainstream trade unions, but also grassroots trade unions, try to address. So one element which I think is important in the contributions that social movement studies can give is in the attentions about how actions itself can produce resources. So often the analysis in mainstream industrial relations is more oriented to see how resources of power are invested in conflicts. Social movement studies also shows how conflicts produce a type of resources. So for instance, Rick Fantasia that I just mentioned studied how in long-term type of mobilizations, class consciousness, or what he called class solidarity, tend to emerge. How in the past, in the long strikes, in the textile industries and so on, not only there was an investment of organizational resources, but resources were produced in actions. Second issues that we also noted is how within these conflicts, different type of forms of actions are used. Some of them are the typical actions within industrial type of conflicts, from strikes to negotiations, but others are more oriented towards mobilizing the public. So marches outside the factories, but also assemblies, also different ways to disrupt the type of activities. Very important in this type of struggles is direct actions, including blockades, for instance, in the logistics that aim at creating or exploiting resources of power that cannot be displayed within the industrial conflicts. Third element, not only unions. So I think this is something that sociologists in labor sociology like David Sacchetto or Maurizio Azzeni have pointed a lot at the importance of looking also outside of the unions. This means outside of the labor unions, but it also means looking at the ways in which for industrial conflicts, for labor conflicts, also actors outside of the factories are important, but also ways of organizing within the factories. For instance, the Italians in the room probably have heard about CALP, Collettivo Autonomo Lavoratori Portuali, which has been very prominent in the protest this summer, but which has also represent this type of innovations of an organizations within the factories that is not a union, that explicitly tend to act as a network in which workers participate as members of different unions, but also as people, as citizens that aim to promote a convergence between the aims within the factories and the aims outside of the factories. Fourth element, in fact, that I would point at is economic struggles. Economic struggles are, of course, very relevant and central in the mobilizations of labor, but they are not the only one. If you think about it, they've never been the only type of issues on which workers mobilized, especially because the very definitions of what is relevant for workers is subject to type of collective processes. So on the one hand, all the type of struggles that we looked at were type of struggles in which fighting against exploitations was central. But at the same time, there were issues like what is our work worth for? For instance, very explicitly in the case of the dockers, of the workers in the ports, which were the workers in the ports of Genova, but also Livorno, Ravenna, in the south and so on, and also at the international level. Why, for instance, in the mobilizations of the dockers, traditionally international issues, including issues of peace and war, have been important. Been important in terms of the need, concrete needs of solidarities faced to logistic sectors that can exploit places which are not mobilized. But it is important also because of the reflections on what do we work for. So the ethical type of can I say, characteristics of the work. As an intellectual workers, we think about that. So we often reflect on what we want to do also in terms of the social values, the political values of what we do. Usually, workers are considered just oriented towards material type of aims. But this is not true. The type of investment in activities that keep people busy for 8 hours a day means also reflections on what is our work worth for war or for peace. As the docker said, should we have ships full of death or ships full of life? And the final element I wanted to point at is the type of aim. Often, and Alessandro Pizzorno produced important reflections on that, the type of aims of conflicts has been considered to be the negotiations then of the type of visibility of the investment of workers in conflicts on the negotiations table, the trade unionists that use this type of energies. But there are also other aims, and in fact, as I mentioned, Pizzorno stress pointed at the importance especially of this type of aims in the beginning of some of the emergence of social groups and other type of workers, and it is the building of solidarities. And this is not directly in contradictions, but it can enter also in tensions with the aim of negotiating, because you cannot, Pizzorno said, you cannot negotiate if you have not established your own identities and made it recognized. In this, I think that's something that social movements contributed to, and the Lorenzi on my right have also reflected upon and contributed to, is the fact that protest is not just oriented towards negotiations, but it is an activity that is itself producing resources. Material resources, changing the type of attentions to some type of issues, creating political leverage, but also constructing organizations. So organizations are constructed, are built in actions very often for the needs of coordinating actions. Then they are transformed in time, but then they may reemerge. But also resources of solidarity. So the conceptions of belonging to the same type of community emerges through the actions. And this examples was relevant, this element was relevant in both of the research that I pointed at. On the one hand, the importance for the dockers of recognizing themselves as workers of at the international level, workers that share a lot of their own conditions and aims, but also in the mondo convenienza. And this is something that we considered as interesting in this specific case. Mondo convenienza, like IKEA, as I mentioned, is a firm with several different working places all over Italy. It's a firm that outsources a lot of activities. So the very creations of an identity of workers of a certain firms targeting similar type of conditions of extreme exploitations is something that was not there. It emerged during the struggles when the workers in Campi Bisenzio became a sort of example to emulate also for the workers all over Italy. And what happened in this eventful protest is that there is a perception that times accelerate, that what seems to be impossible to think about before suddenly is become possible through the actions of some people. I was participating last week to a meeting of 100 lawyers who defend activists in the labor movements and in other movements. And what one lawyer in particular who defends the workers in the logistics said is when these workers start to mobilize, they lose all the fears. And they became so committed to the aim that they tend to acquire courage. Being empowered would be the term that we use in social movement power. So in this analysis, we can look at ways in which associational power is built. Lorenzo, that one, has been contributing a lot on the role that the territorial type of resources play. And we have seen this very important in action. So when the struggles of the workers in Mondo Convenienza became such a symbolic example in Campi Bisenzio, the workers there were helped, supported by a movement of those who were called solidarians. So people, citizens who mobilized in solidarity with Mondo Convenienza because they saw their struggles as a litmus test for the general conditions of the populations. Arci, so circles and people's houses from all over Tuscany brought in resources like food for a long-term strikes that recalled the long strike of the past. Also very important there, not by chance, territorially convergent, are the struggles of the GKN and the struggles of Mondo Convenienza. GKN is a very different type of working class, much more near to working class aristocracy, but they acted as also supporters of the Mondo Convenienza struggles. So how this associational, coalitional, ideational power and are reactivated in struggles against all odds is interesting to look at also at the level of the territorial type of resources, the ways in which communities are involved. And this is something that also there is an old article by Fox, Piven and Cloward that looks at how old type of struggles, strategies re-emerge in conditions of high exploitations. And then think they bring to the memories, for instance, the long-term, long-lasting strikes of the miners workers, in which the whole communities participated how? With boycotts, with investing economic resources, but also producing arenas in which people met. So the Mondo Convenienza workers had three types of assemblies. One was internal to the workers for the organizations of the struggles. One was totally open to the citizens. It was to involve them. And another was more a mix of the two. But the recognitions of the fact that the community was part of the struggles also implied a certain conceptions of the aim. I will maybe skip the examples. We can go back to this after in the discussions, but here the type of circles, the type of people houses brought not only food, but they organized eating together. They reconstituted those type of communities that were important for the workers in the past. Coalitional resources developed, were not present before. They developed during the actions. It was after the workers started their protest that they met with others. It was during the struggles that all unions and different types of groups agreed on what I highlighted before, the fact that the struggles of Mondo Convenienza is a struggle for the rights of all of us, which is similar to the slogans that the dockers also mobilized in Geneva, that the Palestinian struggles is struggles that addresses all of us. So it is the type of ideas of the struggles is not thinking small, rather it is thinking broad. And this, I think, is important in terms of these formations of identities. Now, we discussed also with Lorenzo and Riccardo in the past when we worked at that book together. Is this class consciousness? Is this solidarity? Is this identifications, a work in progress that brings worker identities together with others? But anyhow, these ideas of struggles as producing identities is, I think, something very fundamental for this type of struggles. What we pointed also at in this analysis is the role, I said, eventful type of protest, eventful in the sense that resources are produced in actions. By studying the chains of protest within Mondo Convenienza, we could see also how these resources were created in actions. So we used the metaphor of chains to point at 10 years of struggles that probably in terms of industrial relations would have been considered as semi-failures in most of the cases, but which contributed memory, empowering memories, and also organizational resources. In different moments, in these different specific spaces where the mobilizations developed, workers develop contacts with different type of trade unions, both mainstream and grassroots. They use different type of strategies. They gradually went outside of the factories, trying to produce and construct these resources. And in this sense, we looked at specific moment of contestations as rings endowed with different type of characteristics, but which were connected to each other. This was the idea behind the metaphor of the chain. I'll not go in this in depth, but what we try to see is in the different moments, 2013, 2016, 17, 2022, up to 2023, and now in the further development of this, we have a fourth ring. How do strategies, actors, repertoires, and so on changed through a learning process? How the learning process happened, given that the workers are highly volatile and precarious. So what we saw is the ways in which resources were used to connect, to network in relational forms, creating a relationship that could be on or offline and could be more or less mediated by unions, but also how this type of conceptions of belonging together tended to develop in the different rings. I will go back to in the debate if needed. So process of learning, assessment of belonging to the same firms, use of memories that was mobilized often by a presence of different organizers from different unions. We had a discussion with Lorenzo about this type of divisions of labor between mainstream and grassroots unions, and also with Alba about the different strategies that mainstreams, that grassroots movement tended to develop. But the important issues was that in analyzing this type of struggles, there were not struggles that could be easily located as struggles led by traditional or by new unions. Very often it was a mix of them, and the capacity of building networks to the point that even within relationship of competitions between the different unions, they succeeded in some moments of intense struggles to put resources together, so to combine this type of resources. I don't know if I have still time. 5 minutes? Okay. This element of building identities, building solidarities, building a sort of also of symbolic centrality of the worker struggles is very visible in the mobilizations of the dockers in Genova, but also beyond Genova. I mentioned already CALP. We wrote with Marco an article on this called Harboring Collective Identities, where harboring was both playing with the role of the specific conditions of the harbor in producing solidarities, but also the ways in which struggles can harbor in the sense also of producing and protecting the development of collective type of identities that developed on a sort of traditional claim by dockers against wars, against militarizations, because they live on their own, in their own working space. Also, the risk of wars, the risk of carrying weapons, but also because they refer to a traditions in which the dockers were those who, from the harbor of Genova in the early 70s, brought help to Vietnamese, because the dockers were those who mobilized against wars also in the past. And so this element of how workers' struggles can become not only revitalized, but also sort of symbolically central in broader struggles like the struggles in solidarity with Gaza and against war, it's been also an important results of this type of research. As the Italians know, but maybe more and more it's been a widespread information, knowledge also beyond Italy. This hot summer of mobilizations against the intensifications of the genocide in Gaza was triggered by what I call the catalyzing slogan that was pronounced by dock workers, which says, if Israel will not let this humanitarian help will be delivered to the Palestinian population in Gaza, not a single nail will any longer go to Israel from this harbor. Another statement is, if Israel is blocking our comrades, we will block everything. We will block Europe. Could be just a slogan, but it resonated. And it resonated because I think there was a broader recognition of the importance of workers and workers' type of activities. So for a long time, protests against the genocides were concerned about how do you stop a war? How do you stop criminal actions? The workers of the harbor of Genova had already practiced this way of stopping weapons. Of course, symbolically, because these weapons tended then to take different paths. But blockade seems to symbolize the capacity of labor also in the past to produce material damages. And the capacity of labor to produce general forms of actions, which in this case was also incorporated, but also exploited with the 4 general strikes that follow this statement by the dock workers. So strikes, blockade are all pointed at a type of power that is typical of workers to block, to transform through what? Through the productions of economic damages. I was talking about the lawyer who defended the workers in the logistics stopping the delivery of some goods. She said each day of strikes produces millions of euros of damages. And this is why this type of protests are so relevant, that the government has issued a specific type of, created a specific type of crimes, which is stopping trucks with your own bodies. So this is what I wanted more or less to point at, the fact of solidarities as something that is constructed in actions, and that not only produces a revival or the possibility of some struggles against all odds, but which also produces a return of attention to labor as central in this type of conflicts. That then you see in actions that are mobilizing, particular, returning to a culture of the working class, but also in the recognitions that we found in all the type of organizations that we interviewed in Geneva, that the participations of the workers was a game changer, that it produced empowerment because of the history that the working class represented. So that that type of consciousness went beyond the specific struggles. I will stop here so there is time.
Thanks a lot, Donatella, for this presentation. And now I give the floor to our discussants, the first of which is Alba Arenales Lopez from the Scuola Normale Superiore.
Hi, so good afternoon, everyone. So before I start my comments, which will be more reflections actually based on what Donatella has mentioned, I would like to just say that, well, I am a sociologist and a social movement scholar, basically addressing a topic that usually is considered from industrial relations. So what I would like to do basically is to make a case about the integration of both perspectives. Okay, so that's but since I'm a social movement scholar, I will focus especially on the social movement and what can offer to the bridge approach. So indeed, the neglect, as Donatella has mentioned, of labor, but the social movement literature has been addressed recently, thankfully. But indeed, industrial relations has done the opposite, basically placing labor at the center. So yeah, I think it's important to bridge both perspectives, but and there are recent research that has done this, obviously, as this table illustrates, not always speaks to each other that clearly. So well, I think one important strength of social movement scholarship is that it's perhaps less constrained by a narrow focus on unions or trade unions, and in general formal organizations. For example, the other day, well, Maurizio at Cini pointed out that, well, part of the industrial relations literature tends to fetishicize trade unions. But I have to say as well that I sometimes have the impression that there is an underlying image or view of unions as vertical organizations mainly focused on institutional engagement and service provision. But so as a result, for example, organizations that don't fit this model are labeled as radical, indie, self-organized, or grassroots. And with self-organized, I'm particularly puzzled because, well, in principle, unions should be workers organizing themselves. So, but then from a social movement perspective, I think that allows us to see instead a much broader spectrum of organizational forms, from a large bureaucratic unions to small grassroots collectives, including actors that don't necessarily target institutions. So for example, in my case, which I will talk very briefly later on, I focus on, well, my research addresses hospitality mobilizing and organizing strategies in the UK and Spain. And in my research, I don't only focus on big unions or more traditional unions like Unite or Unite in the UK or Comisiones Obreras in Spain, but also smaller organizations or collectives from well, solidarity networks and neighborhood unions in Spain to anarcho-syndicalist organizations, revolutionary organizations as well. So this well, kind of expands a bit the, but then at the same time, over the last decades within unions and also in the literature, I think of industrial relations, especially in the English-speaking world, there has been an interest in what is often called organizing. So this implies a shift away from the servicing model of unions towards building organizations that probably many of you would be already familiarized with, based on active membership, that is reaching workers who were previously not involved and developing their capacity to act collectively. Now, apart from Kelly, who at least selectively draw from resource mobilization approaches, the last decade, some scholars from the industrial relations literature have integrated both perspectives, and I think this is really promising. But it's precisely in organizing what I think social movements has, or social movement literature has a lot to offer, because there is actually a long-lasting body of research that has examined how movements recruit and engage activists, not just participants in protests. And I think there is sometimes a caricature of social movements exclusively as, bringing members to the streets. And there is also a very important work of getting new participants. And this has been researched by many researchers just to mention a few, Doug McAdam, David Snow, and of course, Donatella here. And this recruitment can occur through networks, interactions, process of meaning making, but also through protests themselves. So I think that for this dialogue to really work, there needs to be some real engagement with the literature, but also to understand the difference in how terms are used. So for the industrial relations and labor studies literature, usually organizing means for social movement scholars mobilizing. So, and I'm not sure if this difference is always understood, or this similarity actually. So yeah, there is an importance to, well, it's very important to connect these literatures. And then one theoretical framework that perhaps actually does this very well is a resource mobilization approach that was yesterday explained in detail by Guglielmo and Donatella upon it. But maybe, and this, I'm saying this cautiously, I might be wrong, but I have sometimes the impression that there is a tension in the way that power resources are conceptualized. So for some, I think that are like resources that are fixed there and that they are just mobilized, whereas for other researchers, these are more, there is let's say, more flexible understanding of these resources, as they can be shaped, at least some of them can be shaped and developed in practice through collective action. So rather than seeing power resources as simply available, it may be used to think about is how they are produced and reproduced through organizing and mobilization. Now, this also has some methodological implications. So usually, well, maybe the most common methodology used in maybe in relations also, although this is not always the case, are like quantitative methods. But as Sarrah Kassem also mentioned this morning, it's also important to engage with workers themselves, perhaps, because otherwise sometimes we miss part of the picture. So many researchers are doing this and have been doing it for the last decade or even earlier. But I think it's particularly important in cases of where workers themselves are a bit constrained by their structural power. So, for example, in my case of hospitality workers, the capacity to strike, particularly in small workplaces, is quite well, limited. But that doesn't mean that workers do not mobilize. They do it, but they have to rely on a broader repertoire of disruptive tactics, like pickets, public campaigns, boycotts, also including the wider population or community, to exert pressure on employers. So, yeah, I think it's important to engage with workers, because otherwise, for example, yeah, if I only based my research on data, let's say, published on strikes, I wouldn't, I mean, the conclusion I would reach is that hospitality workers in both the UK and Spain basically are doing very little, but that's not actually the case. So, yeah, I think that bringing together social movement approaches and labor studies allows us not only to understand how workers mobilize, but how they build power over time, especially in contexts where that is not readily available. And now, just to finish, I would like to perhaps ask a question to Donatella and ask you, how do you see the relationship between processes of identity formation and the more deliberate work of building power over time, or power resources over time, in sectors where workers start from very weak positions?
Thank you. I'm introducing myself. It's very hard for me to be here today and to pay the role of discussion of Donatella's work, because not because I don't share what she said, but precisely for the opposite reason, because I actually mostly share what she presented. So I'm kind of very, on the line of this presentation, also because we, in my
previous life when I was in this institution, I also hopefully contributed to this line of research here. So there will be kind of tough role. And so that's why I even thought that to be a different type of discussion, not in the sense discussing and criticizing her own work or what she presented, but be more kind of in the line of what Alba just presented, more in line of reflections to share foods for thoughts together. And so if I understood the invitation and what the reason why I'm here, also because I'm also close to my hometown, since now I'm in Naples, is to give an answer, or at least to produce a kind of a reflection on the question of how do the new feature of labor activism look like today in the precarious and gig world of work. So this is what I understood, and also in line with what Donatella presented. And thank you for your even contribution, because it helped me a lot in the fact that the angle to which I wanted to answer this question is precisely the angle of bridging labor studies, social movement studies, even though I will play more the role of the labor scholars in this context now today, because now I'm more on the other side of this line. But before doing that, I would like to stress to me what, I mean, let's say that the answer to the overarching question is, in my view, answerable if we look at social movement studies and industrial relation / labor studies, because I'm sure that some will contest my definition of industrial relation here. So I will try to be more, broader by talking about labor studies, is what social movement studies can offer to the labor studies and vice versa. The first side of this coin has been already very successfully presented, nicely presented by Donatella, but also by Alba. So I just want to point out two further points that, to me, indeed, also in line with what Maritza Zeni presented yesterday, but I also know his work. So this idea that trade unions are not only the only actors of the new, let's say, politics of contestation in labor politics. So this is, I think, is a major point we should all reflect upon, the fact that trade unions are key, are relevant in terms of representative feature, in terms of capability of still representing, taking part in collective bargaining, taking part in the institutional frameworks of many industrialization contexts, and this is still true. So I'm not denying this. This is important to stress and underscore. But as also the work by Donatella and the new, let's say, way of labor contestation has proven, there are also coming from the South, from global South. So we also should, let's say, denationalize, deprovincialize, even actually would say provincializing Europe, the other way around, meaning, so we should also look at global South types of struggles, and in this type of struggle where mostly workers are organized or self-organized without this trade union structure, there are other type of social actors, more informal communities, type of family, neighborhood. So this is a new kind of understanding, a new for us. I'm not saying we are not discovering anything new. I'm not reinventing the wheel, just to import some of the insights from global South studies and from also the precarious worker studies into the picture of this new, let's say, marriage, a new type of union in terms of social movement studies and labor unions. And the second, connected to this first feature, is that if this is true, if trade unions are not the only actor in the field, then we also should look beyond workplace and workplaces as the site of contestation, and indeed even in the European country, even close to our cities, we have this type of new politics of concentration in which you have the support of community actors, you have the support of the territories, and this is something that has been quietly neglected, at least in the mainstream theory of industrialization, especially in the global north. And then this is just to clarify, to be on the same line of Donatella, but we should also look at the opposite nexus, so to speak. We also should look at how industrialization and, more broadly speaking, labor studies can offer to social movement studies. And this is also more in line with what we even discussed together over the last years. Something that is more into the area of social movement theories and fields is that, okay, social movement studies as field of study was born out of this the end of the 70s, the beginning of the 80s, when the old labor movements were kind of declining, at least in terms of mass mobilization, in terms of unionist type of unionized rates, and this was kind of clear in the Western European countries. This also has been kind of a cause of this silence that social movement theory has devoted to labor movements. I think now it's time, and this is just a kind of I'm pushing forward even more Donatella and her research group to rediscover, to see actually that social movements are actually very helpful in terms also of analytical toolkit in recentering the capital-labor relations in our society, where there are fragmented workplaces, where there are more, let's say, the sparse type of work settings, and we still need to somehow look at these dynamics of mobilization through the lenses of the capital-labor nexus. So this is somehow how industrialization and more specifically labor studies can help and can contribute to developing a further research agenda through social movement studies. That is to look at this new terrain of contestation through the lenses of class capital labor nexus, through the lenses of antagonistic approach that you can see even in apparently situation which there is no any type of apparently antagonistic approach, but then you see over the years that more type of processual and antagonistic dynamics can emerge, and social movement scholars should be aware and able to capture also from their own conceptual toolkits this type of dynamics. Okay, thank you for this.
Thanks a lot. I don't know if Donatella, you want to react, or is it better if we collect some more questions?
Maybe just very
sure.
quickly, because I think that not to respond in depth to the two questions, I will do this afterwards, but my first reactions is in line with what I was thinking in recent times. So we went in a directions in which we tended to stress similarities among the type of conflicts in which social movements dynamic and industrial dynamics interacted. Now, to address the questions by both Alba and Lorenzo, I think that the need now that there is a lot of knowledge about empirical case studies and so on accumulated is to think more in terms of internal comparison, internal comparison in terms of the structural conditions, because there are, for instance, two very interesting contributions in terms of review of the literature, the Cini and the Sacchetto. And reading those, what I was thinking is there is a relevance of the conditions which are extremely different in the cases we analyzed in terms of singling out also forms of exploitations. So if we compare the dockers, Mondo Convenienza, riders and workers that work on web chains, for instance, the situations on the presence or absence of a common space at work, the amount of interactions between the workers is very, very different, and it has an important impact on the type of strategies and their effects. At the same time, I think that in terms of producing mobilizations, it is time and it can be done because of the accumulations of research, but also because of the development at the theoretical level, to reflect also upon differences, for instance, differences between mainstream trade unions among themselves and also within rank and file, grassroots trade unions in their own strategies, differences related with who are the external networks which are mobilized, differences in terms also of the ways in which forms of exploitations have contributed to the repression of actions. Because also in this, just comparing the type of struggles I investigated, the amount of migrant workers and their implications in terms of fragmentations on the one hand, but also the mobilizations of some type of ethnic solidarity networks, and especially the acknowledgement that it is not just an issues of being exploited on the working space, it is also an issues of the type of racism that they meet over time. So this capacity to expand the type of attention is important. The degree of involvement in the different jobs of gang mastering that we saw as very relevant in Mondo Convenienza. I think all these elements could contribute to comparative analysis also within the type of struggles we are more interested in. Then I think also we have to recognize that not all industrial actions is something that see a strong interactions between social movement dynamics and labor and industrial actions dynamics. But I think that within this more comparative analysis, it's time and it is important.
Okay, I think we have still some time to collect a few questions.
If we, to some of you, this focus on the cases that Donatella emphasized, logistic workers or Palestine solidarity, may seem a little bit off your radar if you study more economic transformation impact of digital technology. But let me tell you about the importance of a social movement perspective for the question of how the trajectories of technological change and economic models are shaped. And there are two major examples. We have to think about digital technologies and artificial intelligence as a new technological paradigms with the break with the past technological knowledge and organizational and social and economic structures. And we have one example, which was the creation of nuclear weapons in the Second World War and the creation of nuclear energy as a new source of energy and so on. And this is a case where you have a major technological breakthrough, scientific and technological, which creates a big question mark, a new way of waging war, a new arms race, and the need for dealing politically as states, as societies to this issue. So the outcomes on the issue of nuclear weapons is the outcome both of the strategy of the arms races of superpowers, but very much to the contribution of two groups, scientists from Einstein on, who demanded arms control and international regulation on the one hand, and then peace movements who said, if we go on with developing this technology, we all destroy life on the planet. And therefore, these two dimensions, which have to be understood as mass social movements in the peace movement case, but and as a sort of expert epistemic community in the other case of scientists, have really played an important influence in shaping the ability of our society to contain the dangers coming out from this technology. And when we talk about artificial intelligence, we are exactly on the same level. We have artificial intelligence, which is also closely linked to militarization. Dario Guarascio here just published this book, Imperialismo Digitale in Italian, focusing on the link between military and civilian dynamics in digitalization and AI. So when we talk about AI, we need the same level of regulation developed by society and political structure to deal with a big unknown, which can be very dangerous. Another example is the Green Deal. Later, Francesco Saraceno will discuss this. The Green New Deal that we discussed in the previous days as one trajectory of industrial policy for Europe, one trajectory of technological development, one trajectory for good jobs, yesterday with IPEC and so on, did not come out of the mind of Ursula von der Leyen and political parties. Was the result of the mass mobilization of green movements in the last decades and of the epistemic communities of IPCC who were saying, come on, we cannot warm the planet that much. So in this sense, major technological changes which affect what firms do, what people do as a job, are really can be understood only in the context where this issue of social mobilization at different levels is taken into account. Otherwise, we don't understand the drivers which put on the agenda something like the Green Deal for the European policy, okay? Which means money, R&D, technology, patents, jobs, industrial investment by firms, and so on. And so you remember we discussed the other day Europe is facing at least three different technological trajectories, no? Rearming Europe, the Green Deal, or the digital upgrading. And these political challenges are both choices which concern specific policies by European governments and European policymakers, but also are very much rooted in the social dynamics which can shape this. So we should not just look at the money that the EU program devoted to these activities or to the official position of the European Council, but also at events that the panel today have been telling us, in my view.
Thanks, Mario.
Yes, thank you for your presentation. Yes, I'm very interested in the topic of labor movements. So, and I'm studying Western Europe, so, but more, yeah, in a more quantitative and like in a comparative way. So for my research, I hear a lot of diagnoses of society which are telling that the working class is demobilized, and also what we heard in the last couple of days, that there are like fragmented class identities or not identities forming. And the production system, for example, like we heard like earlier today,
morning with AI and platform that they don't allow the workers to identify the market pressure or their like class rival. So I wanted you to respond maybe to the question, does it make a difference in which sector the people are working? Like, for example, in a technical sector or in a service sector or in a manual sector? Because like in the studies I read, for example, in the manual sector, people can identify with their class. But if they identify with their class, they are voting mostly right wing. And yeah, kind of, yeah. So yeah, is there a sector like variety? And I was also thinking about, do social movements also need a cultural compromise? Like what does culture, like is there cultural importance in social movements of the working class? For example, yeah, even between sectors, they have different cultures, they don't recognize each other. Everyone in the working class isn't even like really identifying as the working class, but it is the middle class. And so is this a problem? And why did especially Gaza harbor identities? Was it a single issue, or do you see potential for other conflicts, yeah, integrating in each other and giving a new potential to working class mobilization? Because if I'm thinking, for example, about the Green Deal, I'm always reading about like how labor movements and green movements could go together, but this is a problem because if you, people from the manual working class are not voting the Greens because they want literally their work diminished, so they will not solidarize with the Greens. So are there conflicts, and where are the limitations of intersection for labor movements, and where do you see the potential? So that's all.
Thanks a lot. Yes. Then I think we can have a first round of answers.
Hello, my name is Anahita Yazdi. I'm from the Swedish Union for University Teachers and Researchers. So I'm not a PhD person. So this is a question for the panel, and also thank you for incredible presentations and research. In Sweden, our members in academia have been together with the student movement, been organizing for disengaging from the Israeli academia, who is, like you probably know, very heavily militarized. The response from academia leadership and politicians have been completely zero, no concessions, no discussions, no meetings, no nothing. So I was hoping if you could elaborate a bit on the response from your context. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. I think, Natalia, if you want to answer these, then we can collect a few more.
Thank you very much for the questions. I would, I agree with Mario with what he was saying, and I think that at the root of it is that capitalism is the environment of class struggles. So of course, the type of decisions made at the level of political economy are a result of the interaction. I don't want to become too structuralist, because in our divisions of labor with Lorenzo, Lorenzo is more post-Marxist, and I'm more Luxembourg, Rosa Luxemburg type of approach, in which I stress especially the capacity of struggles to produce transformations. But I think that when we think about capitalism, we think about the results of class struggles. So when we thought about the Fordist type of capitalism, we were thinking about a type of capitalism that came out of a compromise of labor and capital, and that was sort of, in a Polanyian perspective, defeated in a turn toward liberalism that represented the weakening of the working class. This brings me to the questions of the different narratives about the development of the working class struggles. In the beginning, there was a narrative of victory. Also, if you think work by Zollberg and others, the idea was the compromise between labor and capital brought about the decline of labor consciousness and the fact that the labor became more middle class in their orientations, welfare, and the creations of two-thirds societies in which the workers participated in the benefits. Then there is another type of explanations that is instead more based on defeat. In the Polanyi perspective of the presence of cycles of re-emergence of social protections versus dominance of free market, the moment we have been living in with neoliberal capitalism is rather a defeat which is produced by a different trend. If we follow Piketty, it is also, but also other, Goran Teborn and others, they say it was a specific moment in which the working class could exploit resources which were available. That parenthesis of the Trente Glorieuses is over, and now labor is weakening. My impression is that we need more comparative analysis to see in which areas this has been true, when, and especially when sort of protests against all odds have emerged. So if transformations in strategies that had been thought, especially during the Fordist regime for this type of capitalism, with institutions that were born there, could be substituted with other type of struggles that had produced also the strengthening of the working class in the very beginning under conditions of extreme repression and exploitations in the textile industries. That was the main industries before the dominance of the metallurgic industries, and now with the logistics sector. So I think it is important to still see the ways in which these also elements of weakening emerged. But I wanted to cite two things in terms of empirical research. One, in social movement studies, we have been convinced for a long time that class conflict was over to a certain extent. Turenne, Melucci, and others were thinking at other type of conflicts within societies. But protest events analysis still pointed at the fact that the majority of the protests were related with workers and social type of issues. And also research in the perspective of the Bourdieusian approach to classes, has stressed the fact that still identifications remain through the identifications of borders, in which, thinking about the work of Michel Lamont and others, that class identities survive. So the question is, how can a class identity that is an identities based on class but not oriented towards class struggles can be transformed in a class identities is the open questions. And what we can see is that this happens often through struggles. Can be failured, and in fact, when we talked about the chains in Mondo Convenienza, the first two rings were rings in which one defeat more or less followed the others. But at the same time, they helped building struggles that became successful against all odds, also by mobilizing different strategies. For instance, the legal litigation strategies became relevant. So extreme exploitations means also that sometimes you can use gang mastering, means that unions can also go to court. And we saw that in many cases this work. So I think that it is not either or, but it is looking inside and seeing if there is a re-emergence and where and how especially. And about the boycott, I'm just coming back from Paris, where we had an encounter also with the activists of the BDS and the boycott movements. And the impression was that the boycott campaigns had very different type of effects in different countries. In Germany, they were extremely repressed with almost an outlawing of the BDS. In a case like Italy, there was a lot of spreading of actions, especially of claims that were oriented towards a more universalistic type of discourse. Also, at the Scuola Normale, there have been several statements approved by the academic senates in which attentions to the type of use of funds by I was looking for you, funds by universities has become more a focus of attention. But also in this, the development of a general type of claims, not just Israel and not just Palestine, but more in general, attentions to public procurement and attentions to the issues of not doing harm in general. And so our universities need to take seriously the control on investment on the military section in particular. And the military sections is a way in which capitalism is responding to class struggles. And but I also think that in terms of boycott, often, and this was also what emerged yesterday in this conference, the effects were, I can say, more informal. So few universities voted, some did. In the West, only a few voted statement against investing in arms. But in many cases, at the informal level, it was recognized that it has many negative implications investing in cooperations with Israel and in countries that are violating human rights. And this, I think, is a type of acknowledgement that has been quite widespread. So Italy is a situation in which there has been a broad support, also, of course, it's always like in social movements, not a dominant one, but numbers count. And so in Italy, I think the type of supports for boycott of Israeli academic exchange was such that repressions was constrained. And especially that this type of awareness developed, so that in some cases, even when we studied it and even when academic senate did not respond, so like in the case you mentioned for Sweden, in practice, many agreements were discontinued because, of course, where do you want to send your students if you have an academic exchange with Israel to be within an extremely militarized societies and dangerous and so on. But also I think because this awareness of the fact that we don't want to work for a genocide or we don't want to work for war has been spreading among students, professors, and among the administrators as well. This was something that was interesting in the administrations of the universities. Unionized members of the administrations, but also non-unionized one, said, we will not collaborate with exchanges because we consider them unethical. And this, I think, is something that has been developed. Then thinking about Sweden in particular, I think that there it will be important to see in the long-term perspective, because Sweden, like other Nordic countries, developed upon the assumptions that it is an ethical state, that it is contributing to peace, that it has always been oriented in that directions. This is not visible at the moment. These are the contradictions, but I think it is a contradiction. So I saw, for instance, the changes in the Netherlands, studying the boycott in particular. And in the Netherlands, there was a shift, of course, also related with the changes in the government, between positions of repression of the support for boycott and so on, into a positions in which now the Netherlands have joined the South Africa in the ICJ case against Israel. So I think that it could be that in the long run, the type of actions will play a role, but also pointing at these contradictions between an image of Nordic countries as contributing to peace and more peace-oriented relationship, and the reality of complicity.
Okay, thanks a lot, Donatella. I think we have time for a couple of quick questions. There were people raising their hand before.
Thank you for the interesting insights. I wanted to know a little bit more about how workers started to synthesis about, yeah, I mean, it seems like in Italy, this resurgence of class identity in some sectors. So where does it come from? It is from external movements, or it is more like internal elaborations? And
thank you. Anyone else? Okay, so I think we can let Donatella close on this positive end of a resurgence of class consciousness in Italy, which is surprising.
Yes, I think studying these cases, it was a mix of a different type of path in the different ring, and also following the different logic of both grassroots and mainstream type of trade unionism. The logistics became a focus of attentions also for the mainstream unions that claimed they succeeded also in regulating it a bit, sort of reconquer some workers' rights. But it was also a terrain in which the very different strategies of the grassroots unions played a role in almost as experimentations. So there was what Alba was saying, the Kelly type of approach that was like in community organizing, activist, often activists from the left, trying to mobilize workers by trying to create a working vanguard. There was a more anarchist type of trade unions, which was more bottom-up. But what we saw was that many often were, in the cases that we studied, were the workers that were fed up. So it was a bit like Beverly Silver's type of predictions. Exploitations was so high that even for young workers that thought about their work in the logistics as a temporary work, that were migrants that thought we make some money and then we go. But at a certain point, this type of, it's a Kelly also pointed at this, it's when sort of moral shock about recognizing that you are heavily exploited and that there is a reason why you are heavily exploited and that you can do something. And so it was, in the cases we analyzed, often the workers that went to look for the unions. And this also explained the differences among the fact that different unions were involved, because it was also sometimes personal connections or by chance that workers contacted unionist of USB or Sudcobas or CGL, or in some cases even Will, and that they mobilized together. But I think that it was important that the workers were triggering this process, because it also pushed the unions towards this type of convergence within differences, but also in the perceptions of the need to build broad type of networks. Also in the case of the CALP, it was workers. It was politicized workers, but I think we have to reconcile ourselves with a truth that was acknowledged in the past, that is that workers are very different, and so there are also the workers who are politicized. For those who understand Italian side, but I think there is also in English, which showed, we screened a few months ago, a documentary, Portuali, which was done on the dockers in Genova. And there it was very interesting, the fact that there were different generations of workers, and were workers with class consciousness that then survived in different forms, and during the mobilizations could create catalyzations of attentions. This doesn't mean that all the workers were mobilized. There was also different capacity to mobilize that was visible also in the different general strikes, in the capacity of mainstream versus rank and file workers also to be rooted within different. But it was important in creating also this convergence in a situations that was of high fragmentations, because, for instance, the reality of the harbor is a reality in which the most extreme forms of Polanyi free market were exported in situations in which still very old traditional relationship. Even when we did interviews, the Repubblica Marinara was cited. So and was cited not just as a memory, but as a basis for type of relationship which implied a sort of recognitions of the value of labor. We interviewed the archbishops, and they're also talking about the involvement of the church in the harbors and elsewhere, this type of bridging of old traditions in situations in which the type of neoliberal transformations was extremely disruptive. Also explain the type of resources that could be mobilized, and the way in which in the struggles the workers from different ethnic backgrounds, from different cooperatives, because cooperatives is the way in which labor rights are reduced, were developed during the actions inside. And if I have 2 minutes more, I think another interesting element there is the ways in which the movements could transform also the geographies of the working place. So the harbor of Genova is one of the harbors that are inside the cities. 23 kilometers long, but a world apart. So with the neoliberal transformations of the harbor also meant heavily securitizations of the harbors. So when we interviewed activists that went from the scouts and the Catholic groups to pacifist groups and so on, what they found is extremely important in terms of identifications and transformations was the fact that through actions they could enter the harbor. I remember an interview with a young woman in the Boy Scout. She said one of the most emotional impact of the struggle, so that we could eat in the mensa of the port together with the workers of the harbor, because we knew that the identity of Genova has always been connected with the harbor of Genova from the Repubblica Marinara, but also that then the harbors was closed for us, so physically, because the only point which was accessible was the touristic side of the harbor. Genoese could enter the harbor thanks to the mobilizations, and this so created also transformations of the working place, because it became a space not only for the workers. And this is something that you see in all the pictures of the hot summer of 2025. Also when you see citizens that entered and together with the dockers blocked the harbor of Livorno or the other.
Okay, well, thanks a lot, everyone. This session closes here. We reconvene here in 15 minutes with a session on macroeconomics and labor with Guglielmo and Francesco Saraceno.
This last double session, one is international and the other one will be local. The last one will be in Italian, so apologies for those who don't know this fantastic language and they have not managed to learn it in 4.5 days in Florence, the city of Dante. But we think it's also important, in a multi-level approach, let's say, to have also something local. So this previous bit will be on Europe in particular. And these last 2 sessions are a bit different from the rest, because while we have spent 4.5 days differently interpreting the world, now the problem is how to change it, okay? And we have for the first European part, Francesco Saraceno, who is an economist, but he's very active in the analysis of actual policies. Okay, so he works at the Observatoire Français des Conjonctures Économiques, which is a independent center that analyzes policies at Sciences Po in Paris. And he is also the editor of the European Public Investment Outlook, which provides information freely available on all the public investment policies. His expertise is in particular important on European economic governance. Yes, that way the issues of inflation, with the issues of wages, also in relations with inequality. So all problems that we have tried to tackle in this spring school over these few days. And he will speak for about 30-35 minutes, presenting the future
or lack of future of European Union governance. I'm sure there will be questions because these issues have already come up in a couple of sessions which were devoted to problems that were linked to, in particular, the action of the European Union. We have had also some papers presented by participants on the European Union. So I'm sure there will be time for questions. I don't want to take time away from that. And immediately I give the floor to Francesco Saraceno. Welcome very much and thank you for coming.
Thank you. So thank you very much for the invitation and for the nice words of introduction. So yes, I will not give you a very optimistic view of the state of the European Union, but I mean, I guess I'm in good company on this. What I will try to do is try to indicate some of the things on which, well, that should be more in the public debate on the future of the European Union, that instead have completely disappeared in the past couple of years, also because we had other things and matters to discuss. So, mi aspetti quando mancano 5 minuti? Sì. So let me start with right away with some elements of context. Okay, the European Union, most of the institutions for the European Unions date back from the early 90s, sorry, to the mid years 2000. Okay, so these were years in which the world was very different from what it is today. We were just coming out from a long period of building of a multilateral order. In French, it's called the Trente Glorieuses. You are better at it in French than me. This is annoying for me. Which was a sort of period in which there was a social contract, very different from the one we have today, in which it was, of course, central for the development of the economy, the role of markets, but at the same time, it was universally acknowledged, both by progressives and by conservatives, that markets could not be let work alone, but they needed a good amount of restraint and regulation, and the actor to do that was, of course, the state. It was what Dario has called a period of shared prosperity. There was very strong growth, and this very strong growth was redistributed across all the income classes. It's the period in which the middle class in most advanced economies grew both in size and in wealth, and in which, for example, it was absolutely normal to have basically confiscatory marginal tax rates for the very rich in countries which are not particularly socialist, like the United States, where for many years the top marginal income tax rate was above 90%, 91%, in some very short periods, even 93%. It was a social contract that had, I repeat, a central role for markets. Let's not forget that this was also a period in which there was a competitor to this world that was the Soviet Union. So that was the idea was to have a well-functioning market economy to contrast the communist and the Soviet bloc. There was, as I said, very strong redistribution. There was massive, both private and public investment. That was also partially conjunctural because it was a period, of course, of reconstruction of many European countries after the war. Strong regulation of financial markets. I have no idea why that sentence remained in Italian in the slide, and I apologize. And last but not least, of course, it was also the same principle that you needed to govern market processes was applied on international arena with the institution, with the creation of a number of institutions for regulating, in particular, trade, the General Agreement on Tariff and Trades that eventually in the 90s would become the WTO. That was a period in which there was a sort of deal. The Art of the Deal, as you know, is the name of a book of a very nice person who occupies us a lot. There was a sort of deal between the United States and Europe in which Europe would be the market and would accept to be a sort of second-order economic power in exchange for giving to the United States the task of protecting us and of building military and geopolitical defense. That world came to an end in the 1980s. It comes to an end
symbolically from a political point of view is, of course, the advent to power of Margaret Thatcher and Ronald Reagan. It's a period where the Keynesian theories end up being challenged by the stagflation of the 1970s and give way to a return of the old neoclassical paradigm that had dominated until the 1920s in, of course, revised and much more sophisticated way. And that paradigm put back to the center of the stage the efficiency of market and the idea that the less the government does to regulate markets, the better it is. And so the political development of the neoconservative movement and the academic development of the return of the neoclassical model in the revised version of the new Keynesian model progress in parallel from that period more or less to the end of the year 2000, when we have the global financial crisis. In that new order, of course, it is a period that apparently at the time is considered to be extremely successful. There's a lot of talk about great moderation. We had a discussion here in this very room with Mario and other economists a few years back on the fact that the great moderation was not at all great moderation, but was basically a moment in which there was a building up of strong financial instabilities that eventually led to the crisis. And it's also a period in which, of course, the myth of market efficiency brings with it a very strong wave of deregulation, which, once again, it's interesting, goes across the spectrum. Let's not forget that the Treasury Secretary of Bill Clinton, who lately has been on the news for different reasons, Larry Summers, was the mastermind behind the deregulation of financial markets in the States, the repeal of the Glass-Steagall Act, and so on and so forth. The idea was, if markets are not regulated, they are better in allocating resources, and so this is where we should go. And really, this was like the regulated capitalism was a sort of common feature of progressive and conservatives in the decades after the Second World War. In the very same way, the idea that deregulated capitalism should be the norm was basically a common thread between progressives and the so-called third way of progressives and the conservative movement. Within that system, the United States kept having a big advantage. These are the years of the Washington Consensus. So the United States managed to, when we go from a world in which there is competition with the Soviet bloc to a world where there is an hegemony of the United States keep having an interest in keeping that system alive, because that system is very much beneficial for them, much less so for developing economies, as we all know, but this is not the subject of my lecture. So there is a transition that doesn't change much in the organization of the multilateral system. When the toy really breaks down is in the years 2000. Then we enter into the great moderation appears to be not so moderate, and so we find out that the deregulated system has built in incredible imbalances that eventually led to the worst crisis since the 1920s. And at the same time, a new kid comes in town. This new kid is China, and China, of course, challenges the dominance of the United States using the very same rules that the United States have put in place. And so the United States simply stops gaining from the system and starts opting out. I wanted to point out that because sometimes I have the feeling, especially in the European debate, I don't know if that is the case for all the other countries, but certainly in Europe, there's a sort of feeling of saying, let's wait, let's keep, in French they say, faisons le dos rond. So let's play low profile for a couple of more years. In the end, Trump will leave and we will go back to business as usual. That is not the case. The opting out of the United States from the multilateral system of rules has been going on at least since the early year 2000, once again in a bipartisan way. Of course, the style is different. Obama and Biden are not Trump, but the tendency is there. So Europe should really prepare itself to live in a different world in which there are no more friends, but there is a sort of competition, if not a straight enmity between us and those who used to be our partners in crime, I would say, before. That is quite important to remember. I mean, this is one of the sources of my pessimism about Europe, is that many policymakers in Europe don't seem to have understood this simple fact. The world will not go back to the pre-Trump position. In some sense, this is a merit of Trump. He has just precipitated a process that was already happening. Okay, so Europe faced a challenge that has three dimensions. The first dimension is, of course, this geopolitical new context in which what used to be strengths for the European economy, for example, the capacity to minimize cost by lengthening its value chains across the block of countries with which we were bound by common rules, now has become a liability. We used to be happy to buy oil, gas, and including even renewable energy from other countries because it was cheaper to produce these things there. Now it has become a liability because these things are actually used as a weapon against us. The same thing holds for the new technology, for artificial intelligence, green technology, rare earth, etc., etc. So the strength of the European Union based on very long value chains, I think we had a session on value chains actually, on very long value chains that would allow to minimize costs and to completely benefit from the Organization of World Trade, that is over. Now it's a liability. And so we need to shorten this and we have to reorganize the working of our economies. Then we have, of course, to reassess our relationship with China and the other emerging countries. We discussed a lot about China, but let's not forget that there are other countries that are also getting very fast to the frontier, like India. And of course, the issue of military expenditure. I will come back to that later because I don't judge whether we should do it or not. I'm just judging. Certainly, I have a negative opinion on how we are doing it. Okay. The second challenge is, of course, the fact that this happens on the background of something that we cannot avoid anymore, which is going forward and possibly completing the structural transformation of the economy to make it sustainable both environmentally and socially, I would say. Okay, but these two things are, these two challenges come on a more fundamental, longer term problem of the European Union, which is, of course, the Draghi report diagnosis. Okay, Europe has been having a consistent across good and bad times growth deficit with respect to the United States. This is a figure that shows real GDP per capita, my best indicator for well-being, not so much for productivity, but at least for well-being. If you make 100 in 1999, don't take my choice of 1999 as an attempt to blame the euro for that. There is no correlation with that. It's just I think the beginning of a new phase in European economic policy. That's why I've put it there. If you make 100 there, the United States are around 150, so there has been a 50% increase of GDP per capita in the United States. Most European countries are at 130, so we lost 20 points, which is not irrelevant in less than 30 years. And of course, you see the green line is the country that is hosting us all, which is Italy, which is the real sick economy of the world, of the Europe at least, which has barely seen an increase in its GDP per capita since the late 1990s. You can also see that the turning point for Italy really was the crisis of 2008, but we're not here to discuss Italy. Why the divergence? I think you all heard about the Draghi and Letta report. I hope you didn't read them. This is something that should be reserved to us. But I mean, I think I'm not saying anything new when I show you this slide. First, important, nevertheless, thing they say is that the growth deficit of the European Union can be pinned down to a problem of missing productivity. This missing productivity is particularly strong in the tech sector, which is of course where most of the future growth in the next couple of decades will most likely come from. And then they go on things that are quite straightforward, but they do it in a very nice, they do it in a very systematic way. They really point to the weakness of the European Union. First of all, the fragmentation, so we cannot exploit the economies of scale of a large financial market. We cannot exploit the economies of scale that could come from mobilizing the European savings in a more efficient way by having a better circulation of capital. Of course, regulation is an issue, even if I would like, to the credit of especially of Mario Draghi, to highlight that in his report he is very careful in not saying that we have too much regulation. What he says is that we have too inconsistent, incoherent regulation. He says that we have been using regulation, which I will come back to that in a few minutes, which is a perfectly legitimate tool for industrial policy, over time for fulfilling different objectives, protecting consumers, pushing the green transition, avoiding the excessive market power, all things that are perfectly legitimate, but these layers of regulation have come one after the other and sometimes became contradictory with each other. So he, more than saying we should have less regulation, he says we should have a simplified regulation and a reorganization of the existing regulation to avoid inconsistencies. Actually, I wouldn't disagree too much with this point. Then, of course, I already mentioned it, the strategic dependency on other countries on crucial aspects of the industrial production. Think, for example, of the rare earth material and in general raw materials. And last but not least, which is what I will mostly focus on today, is of course the lack of a EU-wide industrial policy and a terrible shortfall of both private and public capital. Okay. What Draghi doesn't say, I say these reports are interesting in their diagnosis, but they have lots of insufficiencies. What Draghi doesn't say, is that these shortcomings and these problems of the European Union don't come from the sky. They were not God-given, but they're actually the result of an evolution of the European economy that can be explained by its doctrinal roots. Okay? The main institutions for the European Union were built, as I said before, between the late 80s and the late 90s, with something more coming in the years 2000, in a period in which the consensus among macroeconomists, the mainstream, I don't like this term, but it's quite easy to use, the mainstream among economists had a very clear vision about the world. Let market work, reduce as much as you can the role of the government, and basically the only tool for macroeconomic policy is not macroeconomic policy, but it is making sure that market can work smoothly. And this is basically the job that structural reforms should perform. And the role of macroeconomic policies is to give markets certainty and to stabilize nominal variables, inflation, deficit, debt, and so on, and so interest rates, and so on and so forth, and not do anything more, follow rules as much as possible so they are predictable and their behavior can be embedded in the decision-making process of efficient markets. And if you think about the European institutions, they really resemble to what I just told you. So we have a fiscal rule, very strict, the Stability and Growth Pact. I will come back to that in a few minutes. We have a very restrictive mandate for the European Central Bank, which is an inflation targeting mandate. And we have, and this is also very important to the current juncture, have had for a long period of time now, a strong emphasis on competition as the main, I would say, as the only tool for industrial policy. There is a Spanish minister that apparently, I cite a citation, so I'm not sure it's true, but if it's not true, is reasonably plausible. A Spanish minister in 2006, 2007 was asked what is the best industrial policy for Europe, and he said, in my opinion, the best industrial policy is no industrial policy. As simple as that. True or not true? I think it's true, but I don't remember who told me. So you don't put it on the slide because, I mean, you shouldn't put, it's not the Gospels, so I cannot put citations that don't have sources, okay? So that is the Europe we inherited from the 1990s, and that Europe is, of course, completely unfit for today's world, in which all of these things don't make sense anymore, and in which, by the way, the so-called mainstream has also evolved very much. And And actually, there's been a rethinking of macroeconomics that is still undergoing. I mean, we don't know where in the end we will land in terms of what most of the economists would agree upon, but it certainly there's a rethinking of macroeconomics that is pushing back the cursor from the side in which it's all markets to something more or less in the middle, in which there is interaction between markets and the government in governing the okay, that debate for a long time, and I'm afraid to say it's resurfacing that it's still the case today. For a long time, that debate about rethinking macroeconomics was completely absent in the European policy circles, and I would say even among our colleagues, economists that advise policy makers. The whole management of the sovereign debt crisis is witnesses how we really use the old recipes from the 1980s and 90s to address the problem of imbalances in the European Monetary Union, and we didn't take stock of what we had learned from the global financial crisis on external imbalances of the economy. Okay. This debate has been developing, in my opinion, in a very interesting way. I mean, one of the readings that I forgot to send because I'm distracted, but I will send later on today that I want to couple with my lecture is an extremely interesting paper on the new industrial policy. And one of the debates that has been going on, I think you had this debate, you had a whole session dedicated to industrial policy, so I can be quite quick on that, is that industrial policies cannot be, of course, competition policies. So this idea of no competition, no industrial policy is the best industrial policy is now out of fashion. It's also out of fashion the idea that industrial policy is the building of huge conglomerates, oligopolies that then go and compete for market shares around the world. If that view of the world had some meaning, it has a meaning when we have industries. Of course, it's not adapted to the current world. And instead, we should think of industrial policies not as a macro policy, but really as a sectoral micro policies in which basically the job of policymakers is first to find out what are the sectors that are relevant and strategic. It could be for economic reasons, because it is where you go and find productivity growth and GDP growth, or it could be geopolitical reasons, defense, it could be shortening the value chains. Whatever reason you have to decide, it could be the green transition, whatever reason you have to decide what are the sectors that are strategic, then you go and look within that sectors, what are the bottlenecks, and then you design the instruments that allow you to solve these bottlenecks. And these instruments can actually vary from sector to sector, from type of problem to a type of problem. At that point, if you want, the scope of industrial policy becomes extremely wide. You can put almost everything under the label of industrial policy, from, of course, the standard tools of subsidies, tax incentives, and things like that, to public investment to provide infrastructure for the development of the sectors you deem to be important. The so-called demand pull measures that give certainty to firms about future development in demand, and so give an incentive to carry on private investment. Protectionism, not the protectionism we've seen at work in the past few months, but selective protection of the sectors that are too small and too weak to compete with other countries. That was for many years the infant industry protection strategy that the Eastern Asian countries followed very successfully to industrialize, and so on and so forth. So the idea is really to have a set of policies that at a sectoral level go and find the levers to facilitate the transformation of the economy in the direction that is deemed to be desirable by the policy makers. You may notice that new is in brackets. Why is it in brackets? Because what I'm describing is nothing but what was common practice in the 1960s across many advanced economies. The Italians in the room may be familiar with La Programmazione and all the period in which we had a sort of planning department within the Italian government that did exactly that. At the time, the objective was mostly to develop heavy industries, and in particular, the development of some lagging behind regions in the south of Italy. But you can think of many other policies, and that was the case, for example, in France. That was the case in Germany, and so on and so forth. And it is the case in the current days of a specific policy act, that is the IRA, the Inflation Reduction Act. There's nothing about inflation reduction other than a vague reference to the fact that developing the green industry will reduce the cost of production and hence keep inflation under check. And if you look at the IRA, you have everything in it. You have from the demand pull measures I was mentioning before, to the American content provisions, to investment in specific infrastructures, to subsidies and tax breaks, to tax provisions. A 15 minimum tax rate, for example, provision that Biden introduced is within the IRA because it's considered a part to make corporates, large corporates, foot part of the bill of these Industrial Policy Act. And that is not instead the case of Europe. Let me start by saying that I have nothing against regulation. Actually, it's the opposite. I think regulation is a very powerful tool because it's the most precise tool we have to actually foster specific policy objectives. If you don't want thermic engine cars circulating after a certain date, the best way to do it is to forbid them from circulating. Incentives will not work as well, okay? What I have issues with is the fact that the choice to go with regulation was done by not accompanying this regulation with other complementary measures, most notably investment that would allow to develop a capacity, a productive capacity, for example, in the EV sector to be ready to have market shares. If we regulate and we don't invest and the others at the same time invest, of course, what will happen in 2035 is that we will have electric cars sold in Europe, but they will not be European cars, but they will be American, actually more likely Chinese, okay? And here, the comparison with other countries, well, I don't even mention China, where we have hundreds of billions spent in these sectors. But even if we compare ourselves with the United States, a bit more similar than us, if you take the sum of the three major acts of the Biden administration, the CHIPS Act, the Infrastructure Act, and the IRA, we're talking about $2.4 trillion, of which I would say 1.4, 1.5 is public money, meaning twice as much as our very much praised, and rightly so, Next Generation EU program. Okay, so basically, this is what I just said. You need to accompany regulation with other policies, among which, of course, public investment is crucial. By the way, there's also something weird that is still happening in Europe. You still have people in Europe who claim that we should stop or slow down the ecological transition because that is bad for growth. And so we need to show there's a sort of trade-off between growing and going green. Well, just take a plane and just go into Beijing and spend a couple of days there and come back to tell me if that is the case. Okay, there is, of course, no trade-off. The two things go together. It's actually in the green technologies that today you find the most potential for productivity increases and growth. Here I'm citing a paper by a few economists of the IMF who have shown that the multipliers in green technologies are much higher, twice as high as the multipliers of the brown multipliers, the multipliers of fossil fuels. And so you can actually have at the same time a greening of the economy and a major impact on economic activity and hence a boost to economic growth. And this is, of course, quite trivial. It's a bit more complicated in terms of the impact of these technologies of this transition on jobs. I read when I was preparing this lecture a quite interesting actually report that the OECD wrote, published last December, in which they show that the completing the green transformation of the economy will mostly imply a strong recomposition of labor. Not so much an aggregate effect, but a composition effect across sectors. And they also show that it will be crucial. They also argue that it will be crucial to accompany this transition with policies, especially for labor markets, because this transition is likely to create skill mismatches and very strong distributional effect. I mean, this is a general remark if you think about it. Okay, whenever you have a structural transformation of the economy, you cannot rely on markets alone. You need to accompany markets and sometimes to curb markets in order to be able to maximize social welfare. Take the sector, for example, of defense, that I know it's quite interesting to analyze right now. The case of defense is quite interesting for a number of reasons. First of all, because it's a sector for which there is quite a consensus among economists, multipliers are pretty low. So we cannot hope by investing in defense to find growth, especially if you consider that, for example, in European countries, most of the expenditure on defense goes into personnel costs. So that is very much something which does not, of course, causes spill to other sectors, that doesn't cause growth. If you add on top of that we have a low domestic producing capacity in Europe, which means that if we buy weapons, we will buy non-European weapons, of course, the overall impact of economic activity is bound to be quite good. Second point that is quite universally acknowledged is that the European dimension is better than the national dimension for this type of expenditure, among other things, because it avoids duplication and it avoids the fragmentation of these systems, and that, of course, allows to have economies of scale and a reduction in costs. And then there is the issue of the expenditure in defense to crowd out other items of expenditure, for example, social expenditure. We were told when SAFE, the tool to facilitate and to finance government defense expenditure was introduced, we were told no problem, that is not going to happen, because that will be done on top of the other expenditure by an exemption from the Stability and Growth Pact. The problem is that, of course, that is absolutely true, but this exemption will eventually expire, and when it expires, the debt that we will have raised to buy this military equipment will be there, and we will be asked by the rules to reduce it, and hence, if we reduce it, eventually, I'm sure that will not be reduced by cutting defense expenditure. I accept bets on the fact that it will be other items that will be cut. Last couple of minutes to tell you where we should go. First, an assessment. We need a massive amount of money. We're talking about 2/3 of Next Generation EU just in public investment for the next decade, to make sure we do everything that the Draghi report suggests we do, plus we take into account what has been happening in the past, since the Draghi report was published ages ago, meaning 14 months ago. We're talking about 500 billion per year. Consider that Next Generation EU was 750. We need to do that to decide where this can be done. We have two options. The first option is to create this capacity to perform public investment at the center through the creation of what we call a central fiscal capacity. That would be the US model. States very heavily constrained by budget rules, but the federal government free to borrow and spend as much as it wants. The second alternative is to keep expenditure at the national level, and of course, at that point, let countries be able to do it. And for that, we need to reform the Stability Pact. My first best, and I think the first best of many of my colleagues, is the first option. Okay, for a number of reasons, it is much more efficient. It is much more convenient. It is also much more powerful to imagine that on global public goods, which is, for example, expenditure on healthcare, education, including the ecological transition, you opt for a European dimension. A central fiscal capacity is more efficient than national policies that need to be coordinated in ensuring the classic tasks of government action. The problem is, of course, and let me really start to accelerate because I want to have 1 more minute, and I apologize for another thing. Of course, say that it would be stupid to say then to stop here because, of course, that is completely unrealistic. The European policy environment is, if anything, going the opposite direction, the direction of reducing common projects. There is increasing political fragmentation. Eurosceptical parties are taking the lead in polls, for example, in my adoptive country, France, in Germany, here in Italy already. So imagine that we embark in a major common project like the creation of a common capacity to borrow and to spend seems very much unrealistic. So we can say it, we can start discussing it, we can start proposing it, we can keep proposing it, but we cannot imagine this is something realistically happening in the near or medium run, okay? And so what we need to do is basically to go back to the national dimension, and we need to keep together 3 objectives. The first, give countries the capacity to implement these massive investment and industrial policy efforts. The second is to protect these countries that will necessarily see their public debt increase, protect these countries from market pressure. And the third necessity is, of course, while protecting these countries from market pressure, we need to avoid that they take these protections as an excuse to do no matter what and to carry on irresponsible fiscal policies. Okay, in my opinion, that can only be done if we have a comprehensive reform of the fiscal framework of the European Union, which has 2 elements. The first is a new fiscal rule, the so-called golden rule in an augmented version. I will tell you just one more in a few minutes, in 1 minute. And the second is to create a common tool for a common management of European debt. The debt remains national, but is managed centrally by this European debt agency. The golden rule, we all know what it is. The principle is anything that builds capital that will be used by future generations will be paid by future generations by building it through debt, and we leave current receipts to finance current expenditure. It is intergenerationally fair. It limits the stock of debt. Basically, it makes converge the stock of capital. So it has a lot of advantages. On the other hand, the risk is that we have too many roundabouts, too many airports, too many highways, and not enough doctors and teachers and things like that, because these are classified as current expenditure, even if they're, of course, very important for the accumulation of the so-called human capital. So my idea, which I've been toying with for at least 10 years now, is to go from an accounting definition of public investment to what I call a functional definition. It is public investment, not what is in accounting terms defined as investment, but it is what makes future growth, allows the accumulation of tangible and intangible capital. So it becomes a much more slippery concept. And so it calls for a political determination of the policy priorities for countries. And so my idea is to have a political cycle that is, for example, aligned with the European elections, in which you decide what are the priorities for the legislature to coming. And this is a joint decision by the Parliament, the Council, and the Commission. And on these priorities, you allow countries to raise debt and you take it out on the Stability Pact. These priorities over time can change because political necessities can change. For example, today, most likely, the European Parliament and the Council would decide it is defense. Hopefully, in a few years, they decide it is research and education. And so you transform investment and fiscal policy from a technocratic exercise into a political exercise, as it should be. No taxation without representation, no fiscal policy can be political neutral, so it needs to be part of a political process. Of course, that will, this is what I just said, okay. That, of course, will mean that debt increases, and if debt increases, then we have a problem. First thing, Debt can be as high as you want, but as long as the growth rate is larger than the interest rate, debt remains sustainable. And that is the case for most European countries. Now it has been the case. It's unreadable slides, so sorry, you will see it when you receive the slides. Basically, that is R minus G, and the second one is the zoom in the most recent period. Even for a country like Italy, R is today lower than G. I don't know if it's going to be the case in the near future, but I mean, this proves that globally we don't have a debt sustainability problem. What we can have is individual countries being attacked by markets on a more or less justified ground. For example, France, because they failed to curb deficit. And that is what we need to avoid. And the idea of a few colleagues that I found extremely interesting is to create a diaphragm, a wall between markets and the member states, which is this European debt agency. A wall that avoids market pressure, but also avoids irresponsible behavior, and more importantly, avoid debt mutualization that our German friends would find it completely unpalatable. Okay? How does it work? Countries borrow from this agency, perpetual loans, because the state never dies. That's the beauty of it. We will all die, but not our state. And so the perpetual loans, and they repay interest on these loans, and these loans, the interest on these loans is adapted in a sort of insurance scheme, a bonus-malus scheme, like we have in insurance, depending on fiscal discipline. If you're disciplined, you pay less. If you're indisciplined, you pay more. So you have an incentive to behave responsibly. At the same time, you are shielded by the market. And so you have at the same time fiscal discipline, no risk sharing, no debt mutualization, but protection of countries from debt. Let me stop here. By the way, that would also create a Eurobond, a safe asset, and of course, in the current situation, a credible competitor to the dollar that is most likely going to be in trouble in the next few years. Sorry for being a little bit long.
Boris, thank you very much. Any German in the room who wants to react on the Eurobonds? Or any other questions? Some of the topics obviously relate very closely to things that have been discussed during these few weeks, including the idea of care as an investment, and including the position of Europe in innovation and the new industry and so on. Myself, I remember, because I'm old, that when the single market started, the idea was that without a single market, European companies will never be able to innovate and compete with the Japanese and the American ones. At the time, China didn't matter because just the size of the market is not enough, so they cannot afford the same investment. So if you are suggesting that, given that Brussels is unable to make the industrial policy should be done at the national level, and nations have to be protected from the market, then don't also companies need to be protected from the market? Because I struggle to see Italian companies or French companies be able to innovate and compete with the big techno giants of China and the US. That would be maybe my question. So we need one step more of protection, that is the protection of companies. But something more? Hans? Anything about European governance that you have a date to ask? I see Dario Guarascio, and then, well, I see three questions here. None from the right, all from the left today. Okay. It's our political bias. Don't tell.
So many thanks, Francesco. Of course, I'm impressed by the, let's say, ability to take all these pieces together in a brilliant way, and I think I share most of your points. I think that, however, something is, so to say, missing, which can help us link what you have told us now with some of the discussion we had also during the session before, which was about capital labor conflict and the class dimension of the problems that you have also discussed about. Because it is true that we had a change in ideology, a change in the, let's say, economic policy setup, a change in the way global capitalism works. But it is also true that we have some change in the hierarchy of capitalism within Europe. Lots of financial and non-financial firms until few years ago, and even now, gained a lot by the change, and also by interlinking with also US-based firms, with the US financial sector, starting with lots of manufacturing and exporting German companies. This came also at the expense of, let's say, the functioning of democracy internally, but also fueled fragmentation internally. And so what we are seeing right now is also that some of the policy solutions that you are discussing are also hampered by the fact that we still see lots of conflicts and competition between states, which is competition between capitalistic entities within Europe. And this is, I mean, something very relevant. And this comes also to the discussion about defense and the discussion about technological sovereignty and how and to close this gap. Because when we talk about defense, we have also to discuss why we are witnessing all these wars going around and the risk of escalation. I mean, wars are also the result of capitalistic contradiction within which Europe is completely involved, and the solution risks to be more of the same, meaning fueling the US military industrial complex on the one hand, and strengthening components of the European capitalistic setup, which are very much linked, both financially and non-financially with it. So if we discuss about this, we should not discuss about this, let's say, about defense in general, but why we are now discussing this and which can be the results of just, let's say, going in this direction. And related to that, technological sovereignty, I mean, the Draghi report acknowledges the technological gap, of course, but it does not acknowledge that some of the, let's say, distances that we have are really hard to be reduced if we think at building European big techs, so to say. This is really hard to think about. However, if we think at the class struggle, at the social movements, and at democracy, perhaps this is a bit utopistic at this moment, but I think we should be also full of imagination in this regard. We can also think at technology, digital infrastructure, ways of making public some of the goods which are essential and that have been absolutely privatized in a way that, of course, makes it more European or more Italian or more, let's say, under the control of European people, but also aimed at different purposes and also not aimed at strengthening the power of strong corporations, which are already very strong. So this is just to say that on top of the analysis that is great and that I completely share, I think that including the dimension related to the power of firms and to the also sovereign-national nature of firms, both European, non-European, and also at the linkages between them, this could be very important. So sorry for taking so long.
We'll have to be short in.
Then I will very short. I share, of course, Dario's appreciation of your presentation. I have two, but maybe I have time to do one single comment on public investment. And I want to say that I'm very sympathetic to the idea of putting again public investment at the center of a political, I would say also democratic discussion, like as a society to decide what is public investment and what is worth to invest on. And I would also add that it's basically important to avoid the political technocratic elites to kidnap the concept of public investment, because it's already a political concept, even hidden behind like a sort of technocratic idea behind it. And this exists both, I would say, at the level of economic elites and in academia. Like there's a lot of literatures, even in political economy, and even here on the hills, that basically constructed a whole literature on the idea that public investment is good because it's conducive to growth and it's very important, and social consumption is clientelistic and, you know, inflationary. So I would say that it's also important to keep this in mind in this public political discussion. Thank you.
I think like a very quick comment / question. I think I would build also upon what Dario has said in a way that in some areas of competition, I think it is really impossible to bridge the gap. Like when we think about solar panel productions, like it's impossible for Europe to compete with China. But when we think about like wind turbines production, we're already competing, not at the same level, but we have a very prominent company. When we think about aviation, we have a very prominent company. When we think about the automobile sector, we are struggling, but still we have like examples in which competition is possible and is feasible. In other areas, I think competition should be abandoned in economic terms. Because solar, like acquiring solar panels should not be just an economic tool. It's a social tool, it's like a green tool. So maybe competition is just perceived as economic, but should be broadened, right?
Mario and
thank you, Francesco. Excellent. We've been discussing this for 15 years, probably. My concern is that probably it's too late. Now this argument is too little too late. So it makes sense, but this should have been written in the Draghi report. So we lost the opportunity of the great financial crisis. We lost the opportunity of the Ukraine war. We lost the opportunity of inflation, and we're still talking about competitiveness and the Stability Pact. I mean, now I think we had the Bruno Mable opening the school. I think we need this social bloc on Europe to put European change on the table. We need an idea of a social bloc, which in Bruno's argument is a political project which has a combination of interest. You missed in your discussion finance, the currency, and inequality. And so we need a social bloc which says the enemy is the top 1%. And we have to confiscate the wealth from them and reuse them. Neoliberal model with financial liberalization cannot be sustained, and so stop the mobility of capital and fiscal harmonization. And so financial repression, just like in the time of the Bretton Woods system and the post-war decades of growth, and a frontal challenge to the dollar as a world currency, and therefore reconstruct the world. So in this sense, the more we fail to put this reasonable common sense agenda on the table of Brussels, the more radical we have to become, because the nature of the crisis becomes deeper.
I think I'm going to do this. Okay, so I participate to school from Canada. That's my adopted country. And as you know, like when Carney came to France, like after he became a prime minister, he made this weird comment about we're the most European, non-European country. And then in Davos, Carney also said, like, you know, the world as we know it, like is ending and crumbling. And then it's just a confusing time for Canadian politicians and economists, you know, as if they just woke up. Yeah. So, and then also we had on Tuesday a really incredible lecture by Jayati Ghosh about what these economic transformations meant for the global South in the past decades. So I understand that your recommendations and your proposals are based on the European context, but I was wondering if you can make some reflection on, let's say, if you get everything that you wanted from these recommendations slides, all the like policy proposals, what will be the geopolitical implications of these recommendations?
Yes, you should solve all problems in the next 5 minutes.
First of all, let me say that if these things were on the agenda, I wouldn't be here. So Mario, it's not too little and too late. It's not even in. No, besides jokes. Yeah, I mean, actually, you say the same thing, which of course I totally agree. When I started by saying that the old social contract of a regulated capitalism was dominant, that of course involved the regulation of the conflict between capital and labor. Of course, it involved the regulation of the behavior of big multinational corporations that were not as big as today and not as pervasive as today. So these are all issues that need to be on the agenda. There is something that that is very difficult to address, and that has been a problem of Europe since always. It's something that you said a little bit in passing, Dario, actually, which is the original sin of the fact that the European Union, being built as a coalition of countries and not as a federal entity, has built in the competition among countries. And this thing, for short periods of time, we managed to solve them, to organize it, and to regulate it once again, and it worked, but it's chronically coming back every time there is a crisis. Every time there is a crisis, chacun pour soi. And so that is a problem that I honestly don't know how to solve. Don't ask me to solve this problem because I have no idea. But I mean, it's clearly a problem. And I repeat, we need to put the issue of distribution back in the bag. It's not true that I didn't mention it, because I mentioned that that was a crucial feature of the old system. I'm joking, of course. Just to tell you how this is important, I was in Brussels on Tuesday at a tax symposium organized by European Parliament and the European Commission. We were discussing, the panel to which I participated was on the BEPS agreement, on the 2 pillars of the BEPS agreement for the taxation of multinationals. And then there was a very interesting Nobel Prize conversation between Joe Stiglitz and Philippe Aghion on how we can use tax policies to better relaunch, if you want, the European machine. And they agreed on most things, Joe and Philippe. The only thing on which they didn't agree is, of course, the Zuckman tax. On that, there was a brutal clash, quite interesting, actually, between the two. And Joe defended himself very well. But I mean, so the issue of the taxation of the very rich is, of course, crucial. It's, of course, we don't live in a Barras world or Pareto world. So of course, these things, I mean, the power, the balance of power is tilted in the wrong way, and so it's very hard to address. One thing on this bridging the gap, the poor Mario Draghi, who I repeat, I mean, his report is really full of things I don't like. In particular, this idea that we should become America. And this is something that really bothers me, which his idea is that we have a single market, to answer your comment, that we have the entrepreneurial state, and that we have liberalization of financial markets. That is the way he sees the European model evolving. And as Daniela Gabor said a few months ago, if you go in that direction, you also have to accept that your savings are managed by pension funds, because if you don't have pension funds managing the thing, and if you have the pensions managed by pension funds, you need to accept that the pension system is privatized. So at least go all the way and say what you want. And so this ambiguity. So that but the poor Mario Draghi, who I repeat has this strong original flow, actually says exactly what you guys say. We need to pick our battles. There is no point in us trying to compete with China on solar panels. Let's just use their panels, they're cheap, and they give us free energy or almost free energy. He says, and this is true. But on the other hand, and I go on the bridging the gap, I also have the feeling, I'm not an engineer, I don't know enough about these things, but I also have the feeling that on many of these topics, we are in very early stages of research and development in which things could go either way. So, for example, on quantum computing, 2 years ago, Europe appeared to be leading. Now it seems to be lagging. Why? Because we went another way with respect to where our researchers were doing research. And so, who knows? So it is worth on one side to pick our battles, but I also see that it's very difficult to pick the battles because we're in such early stages that if you don't pick the right battle, you actually develop a technology that. So this is very complicated, and this requires, and I go back to investment, that you try to explore as widely as possible. Because as of now, we cannot afford to just put all our fish, right, like in poker, in one single basket. Zooming out from the European Union, which is something I'm always reluctant to do because it's if Europe is complicated, the world is even worse. I think actually we have the same. It's a fractal problem. Okay, we have the same problem. We need to, and this goes back to the first couple of slides I presented. The old multilateral order, which was an order in which we had a core of advanced economies that rule the world, let's put it this way, is likely so over. It needs to be replaced by a global system of governance, because we cannot imagine that we keep being in the Far West. A global system of governance in which countries have their, countries count more. There are some discussions. For example, there is a very interesting debate I'm following with the Club of Madrid, which is a sort of international organization working with the UN on these topics on global governance, on transforming development aid, which is basically some sort of colonistic thing. I give you the money to do what I want you to do, into what they call a global investment initiative, in which you raise resources on market and jointly decide where to invest them, where the countries that receive them also have a saying in what done. So there are attempts to think about a global governance system that is more equitable and at the same time more capable of providing global public goods. But I mean, you don't see these things anywhere in the policy debate. The same way you don't see discussion about the fiscal rule anymore anywhere. Right? So I mean, I share your pessimism, and I also strongly believe that we are, to use a technical term, in deep shit.
Thank you very much, Francesco. Another round of applause. And for those of you, sorry, I have the last word. For what? Mario said we should have done it 15 years ago and so on. So let's not meet again in 15 years, okay? Let's try to keep in touch, and I hope people enjoy this week, and we'll keep a dialogue such that we don't need to wait 15 years to meet again and say, oh, had we done something in 15 years? I hope it was really, really interesting. I'm very grateful to all participants, the organizers, Gabriele, who has been fantastic looking 24 hours, 7 days. After everything, and obviously our technicians that despite our hard technology collapsing, they managed to keep everything going smoothly the whole time. I will forward the gratitude also to the office downstairs, which has been excellent. And I'm very grateful to all participants because of the way they interacted, asked questions all the time, make us run out of time sometimes, but that was good. All the presentations on yesterday afternoon were also very, very inspiring and interesting. So for those of you who are now leaving, have a safe journey back, wherever the direction is. I know there's some directions are less safe at the moment than others. Yesterday it was very windy at the airport in Florence, but today looks fine. Keep in touch. We, as Faculty of Social and Political Science in Florence, we keep very committed to this field of study, political economy, in all its declination. You saw the diversity of things from care to labor, to industrial policy, to macroeconomic policy, to governance, to politics, and so on. We put together a lot of things, but the nice feeling for me was that it was difficult to say, oh, these are the economists, these are sociologists, these are political scientists, because people were curious about each other, and that was certainly a great success. So thank you also to Mario, who was the first one to have the idea.